The camera fades in slowly from black. Distant desert winds whisper through forgotten ruins, dust swirling around half-buried stones. A voice begins. They say some discoveries are meant to stay buried. But what happens when one man refuses to look away? When curiosity crosses a threshold between science and the supernatural? This is a story of an archaeologist whose name once stood for brilliance, precision, and academic respect, until a single discovery changed everything. What began as a routine excavation in one of the world's most remote archaeological zones will become one of the most chilling mysteries in modern history. The unexplainable disappearance of an archaeologist after finding an artifact that should not exist. In the months leading up to the discovery, the team had been following rumors of an ancient site untouched by human hands for thousands of years. Locals spoke of strange lights over the mountains, sound of metallic humming under the ground, and the belief that the place was cursed. But for a scientist obsessed with rewriting history, legends were merely clues waiting to be proven. The archaeologist, known for pushing the boundaries of conventional history, ignored every warning. What they found that summer morning was no ordinary relic. It was an object that defied logic, composition, and chronology. The artifact was carved with symbols unseen in any known culture, formed of metal that baffled the equipment brought to test it. It appeared ancient, yet uniged by time, as though it had resisted thousands of years of decay. And in that moment of awe and confusion, something changed. Witnesses would later recall that the archaeologist seemed entranced, drawn to it in a way that defied explanation. From that day forward, the expedition logs grew strange. Equipment failed without reason. Compass needles spun violently, and even seasoned researchers described hearing low, rhythmic vibrations at night coming from the object's crate. Then the archaeologist vanished. No ransom, no struggle, no tracks. Just gone. Their tent untouched, their notebooks missing a few pages, and their satellite phone left on with a single unsent message blinking on the screen. It's not a relic, it's a warning. This introduction isn't just a recounting of a disappearance. It's the unraveling of a mystery that reaches across time, challenging everything we think we know about history, science, and the limits of human understanding. The disappearance became an obsession for journalists, scientists, and conspiracy theorists alike. Some believed it was an accident, others whispered of government involvement, and a few suggested something far more disturbing, that the artifact itself had taken them. In this journey, we will uncover the life of this archaeologist, the forbidden site they explored, and the secrets buried beneath layers of myth and manipulation. We will question why certain discoveries never reach the public eye, and whether humanity is truly ready for the truths that lie beneath our feet. Because in the world of forbidden archaeology, every mystery hides another, and some truths demand silence. By the end, one question will remain. Was this a case of human disappearance or erasure by forces that have guarded Earth's deepest secrets since time immemorial? The news broke like wildfire. One moment, the archaeologist was a respected researcher working on an excavation deep in a classified desert region. The next, they were gone, vanished without a trace. No distress call, no signal, no explanation. The morning after their disappearance, local authorities arrived to find an eerie stillness over the camp. Their tent was zipped from the inside, a lantern still burning, maps scattered on a folding table, and a cup of untouched coffee that had gone cold overnight. To many, it looked less like a disappearance and more like someone had simply been erased. When the media got hold of the story, it became an international sensation. Headlines screamed of the archaeologist who disappeared into thin air, vanished after unearthing forbidden relic, and the dig that history tried to forget. For a brief moment, the world was captivated. Television panels debated whether it was foul play, natural disaster, or something else entirely. But within days, something strange happened. Articles vanished from websites. Archived interviews were deleted. Even video reports from local stations began disappearing without explanation. The case that had gripped millions began to fade as if someone or something wanted it forgotten. Colleagues of the missing archaeologist were questioned repeatedly. Most refused to speak publicly. Those who did seemed nervous, careful with their words, as though they were being watched. One member of the expedition said in an interview that just days before vanishing, the archaeologist had become different. They spoke less about excavation and more about messages in stone. Another recalled how they were convinced someone was following them, taking photographs from a nearby ridge at night. These witnesses soon retracted their statements, claiming they had been misquoted. The pattern of silence was too consistent to ignore. Officially, the disappearance was declared an unsolved case. The local authorities claimed there was no evidence of criminal activity, and the university funding the research quickly distanced itself from the expedition. Insurance papers were quietly filed. Grants were canceled. It was as though the entire operation was being erased from the historical record. A few journalists who tried to dig deeper began receiving anonymous warnings. Stop asking questions. Some discoveries were never meant for public eyes. Rumors spread online that the archaeologists had uncovered something the world wasn't ready for, an artifact that proved an ancient civilization far older than recorded history. Theories erupted across forums. Alien intervention, time manipulation, forbidden knowledge buried by ancient powers. But as usual, whenever a theory gained traction, it was drowned out by a wave of skepticism and debunking posts from accounts that seemed coordinated. Even digital footprints of the excavation began disappearing. Satellite images blurred, coordinates redacted, online archives purged. The internet, usually relentless in preserving information, suddenly went silent about the case. Then came the leaked photo. A blurry image surfaced on an encrypted forum. A gloved hand holding a metallic object etched with spiraling symbols glowing faintly under ultraviolet light. The poster claimed it was taken moments before the archaeologists vanished. Experts who analyzed the photo were divided. Some dismissed it as digital manipulation. Others noted details too precise for a hoax. Within 48 hours, the image was removed from every platform, and the original uploader's account was deleted. No explanation was given. Theories became more radical. Some claimed the archaeologists had staged their own disappearance to protect the artifact. Others suggested they had been silenced to prevent a paradigm shift that could upend world religions and historical timelines. A few went further, believing they had crossed a threshold, that the artifact had opened something, perhaps even a portal, and the archaeologists had simply stepped through. The public fascination turned to fear. Documentaries were announced and then mysteriously canceled. Funding for independent expeditions near the same region was abruptly denied. Academics who mentioned the case in lectures were told to move on or risk losing tenure. What started as a scientific mystery evolved into something far darker, a modern legend, whispered among researchers who studied ancient anomalies. Years later, those who dared to look back noticed a recurring pattern. The archaeologist's name, once searchable in academic databases, began vanishing from citation indexes. Publications co-authored by them were reassigned or listed as unknown contributor. It was as though history itself was rewriting the record, removing every trace of their existence. But truth, as always, leaves fragments. Hidden forums, off-grid investigators, and rogue historians began collecting surviving scraps, deleted interviews, lost expedition logs, encrypted communications. They pieced together what little remained, and a chilling picture began to emerge. The disappearance wasn't random, nor was it an isolated event. It was part of something much bigger, a pattern stretching back decades, perhaps centuries, involving discoveries that threatened the accepted version of human history. And so, while the world moved on, the legend of the archaeologists who vanished after finding an impossible artifact only grew stronger in the shadows. Those who still chased the truth believed their disappearance wasn't an end. It was a beginning of something humanity was never meant to uncover, because sometimes history doesn't just hide the truth. It erases those who find it. He was not the kind of man who chased fame. In fact, the archaeologist's name was once synonymous with restraint, method, and scientific precision. Born into a family of historians, his fascination with ancient civilizations began early, long before he ever held a degree or published a paper. While other children played with toys, he spent his time sketching maps of lost cities, building clay replicas of temples he had seen in illustrated books, and dreaming of forgotten worlds buried beneath the earth. By the time he reached adulthood, his curiosity had hardened into something more, a quiet obsession with uncovering the truths that history had chosen to forget. He graduated at the top of his class from a prestigious European university, earning dual doctorates in archaeology and comparative anthropology. His early work focused on deciphering migration patterns of early human civilizations, but even then, his theories often brush against the boundaries of accepted history. Professors admired his brilliance, but warned him about seeing too much. He was fearless when confronting established timelines, suggesting that humanity's rise was not a straight path, but one marked by cataclysm and rebirth, civilizations rising and falling long before Egypt or Sumer. In his early career, he joined several well-known excavations, from the deserts of Sudan to the jungles of Central America. Colleagues recalled him as quiet but relentless, a man who could spend days cataloging a single shard of pottery, yet would drop everything when he sensed something didn't fit the pattern. His notebooks, later found among his personal effects, were filled not just with sketches of artifacts, but with philosophical questions scrawled in the margins. Who built before us? Why do all myths speak of light descending from the sky? What if history repeats because it is designed to? Over the years, he developed a reputation not only as a scientist, but as a seeker, someone unafraid to cross the invisible line between reason and mystery. While most of his peers published safe, conservative studies, he pursued projects that made institutions uncomfortable. His controversial paper on pre-dynastic energy cultures suggested that ancient civilizations might have possessed knowledge of sound resonance and electromagnetic manipulation, technology that should not have existed thousands of years ago. The paper was dismissed, retracted, and quietly buried in academic circles, yet continued to circulate among fringe researchers who saw him as a pioneer of forbidden archaeology. Despite this, he was no wild theorist. His methodology was impeccable, his documentation flawless. He followed evidence wherever it led, even when it led straight into the unknown. He never claimed aliens, gods, or magic. Instead, he sought patterns in data, anomalies in radiocarbon dating, and linguistic echoes that hinted at a shared prehistoric origin. But as his reputation grew, so did the resistance against him. Funding became harder to secure. Invitations to conferences quietly stopped arriving. Colleagues who once praised him began to keep their distance. To them, he had become radioactive, too curious for his own good. And yet, it was during these years of professional exile that he began to attract attention from unusual circles. Private collectors, retired intelligence officers, and anonymous benefactors reached out, offering funding for independent explorations. Some of these missions took him to restricted areas, places locals avoided, places marked on old maps but missing from modern ones. One of his assistants later recalled an expedition to the Andes where he was convinced they found the remains of a lost power grid carved directly into bedrock. The findings were never published. Soon after, his assistant resigned, claiming he had seen something he shouldn't have. Friends described a subtle change in him during these final years. His writings became more philosophical, even paranoid. He spoke often of patterns and suppression, of how every time history approached a paradigm shift, something or someone intervened. Knowledge is a controlled substance, he once told a colleague, and the dealers are the ones writing our history books. When he was in the field, he lectured privately to small circles, warning that a discovery was coming that would break the illusion of progress. Shortly before his final expedition, he gave one last interview. When asked why he continued to search in dangerous, forbidden places, he paused for a long moment before answering. Because truth doesn't live in museums. It lives where no one wants to look. His eyes, the interviewer recalled, held a mixture of exhaustion and defiance, the look of a man who had already seen something he couldn't unsee. That final dig, funded by a mysterious foundation with no public records, was meant to be his redemption, a discovery that would either make or break him. He assembled a small, loyal team, bringing only those who understood the risks. The site was said to be older than any known civilization, a place where legend spoke of the sky gods descending with tools of light. It was, according to his journal, the most promising site of his career, and the one that would consume him completely. In the months before his disappearance, he wrote repeatedly about feeling watched. Strange vehicles appeared near their base camp, and unmarked drones were spotted overhead. In one entry, he scribbled, "I think they already know what's buried here. Maybe they're waiting for us to find it first." His colleagues would later call him brilliant, reckless, obsessed. But beneath the layers of speculation and myth, one thing remained certain. This was not the story of an ordinary academic. It was a story of a man who sought to prove that history as we know it is incomplete, and that truth, once unearthed, has a way of demanding a price. The journey to the excavation site began with the kind of silence that only exists in uncharted places, the kind that hums with both wonder and warning. The archaeologist's expedition was not a grand public venture this time. There were no university banners, no film crews, no press coverage. It was funded privately, through channels so obscure that even his closest colleagues couldn't trace the origin of the money. The team that accompanied him consisted of only 5 members, a geologist, a linguist, 2 local guides, and a cameraman hired to document the process. They called the site Zone K 329, though locals had a more ominous name for it, the land that remembers. It lay deep in a desert basin, cut off from civilization by miles of impassable rock and shifting dunes. The air shimmered with heat during the day and dropped to freezing cold at night. GPS signals failed frequently, and radio contact was unreliable. Before setting up camp, the guides performed a small ritual, burning herbs and leaving offerings of salt and water to the earth. When asked about it, one of them simply said, "So it knows we come with respect." The archaeologist smiled politely but took note of the tone, not superstition, but caution born of experience. As the days unfolded, the terrain revealed hints of something extraordinary. Partially buried stone formations appeared geometric, too precise to be natural, yet too eroded to be modern. They marked a pattern, as if leading toward a central point. The archaeologist grew restless, pacing the perimeter each morning before dawn, his eyes scanning the horizon as if searching for something familiar. His notes from those early days are filled with excitement. Magnetic anomalies rising near center. Stone alignment suggests purpose-built geometry, possibly astronomical. But there was something else, something he didn't record publicly. At night, team members reported hearing low vibrations, like a heartbeat beneath the ground. Their compasses spun erratically whenever they approached a certain ridge, and small electronic devices began malfunctioning. The cameraman's footage from day 4 captured a faint glow under the sand, a pulse of bluish light that lasted only a second before vanishing. No one could explain it. On the 5th day, while surveying the North Ridge, the archaeologist uncovered a peculiar marker stone. It was smooth, unlike the rough terrain around it, and engraved with spiral patterns identical to those he had seen years earlier in unrelated sites across the globe. He grew visibly shaken upon recognizing the design. In his notebook, he wrote one haunting line. "It's the same symbol. How could it be here too?" Determined to dig deeper, he ordered the team to excavate the area beneath the marker. Within hours, they struck something metallic. The sand clung to it strangely, as if magnetized. What emerged was a smooth, curved fragment of an unknown alloy, cold to the touch despite the desert heat. Its surface was etched with microscopic patterns, more like circuitry than ornamentation. The geologists suggested it was some form of meteorite, but when they attempted to take a sample, their equipment overloaded. The artifact, if it could even be called that, emitted a faint resonance when exposed to direct sunlight, producing measurable energy fluctuations on their instruments. By nightfall, the mood in camp had shifted. The air itself felt heavier, charged. Even the local guides refused to sleep near the excavation site. One of them murmured that the artifact was a relic from the first people, the ones who angered the gods. The archaeologist dismissed it as folklore, but couldn't shake the unease creeping into his thoughts. His journal entries grew increasingly erratic, alternating between scientific analysis and cryptic observations. Frequency aligns with 12 hertz, identical to human brainwave resonance. This can't be coincidence. On the 7th night, the team reported strange activity. One of the sensors set up around the site began transmitting rapid bursts of static, forming rhythmic patterns, almost like coded pulses. The linguist believed it resembled a form of structured communication. The archaeologist didn't sleep that night. He sat by the artifact until dawn, staring at it as though waiting for an answer. The next morning, he announced that they would continue digging despite the rising temperature and mounting tension. As the excavation deepened, they uncovered what appeared to be a chamber, a hollow space sealed by layers of fused stone. The walls bore carvings that seemed older than any known civilization, showing figures holding orb-like objects surrounded by waves of light. The archaeologist's voice, calling the cameraman's audio recorder, trembled as he said, "This isn't a burial. It's a vault." Inside that vault, they found the object that would change everything, the artifact that would become the center of one of history's greatest mysteries. It rested upon a stone pedestal, untouched by time, radiating a subtle warmth. Its surface shimmered like metal and crystal combined, engraved with symbols that pulsed faintly as if alive. The team stood silent, transfixed. The archaeologist reached out and, against every rule of protocol, placed his hand upon it. The instant he did, every instrument in camp malfunctioned simultaneously. Compasses spun, lights flickered, and the temperature dropped several degrees. The footage of that moment would later become the final visual record before the chaos that followed. The archaeologist looked into the camera and whispered, "This shouldn't exist." That was the moment when science crossed into myth. From that instant on, the expedition would never be the same. What they had uncovered was not just an artifact. It was an echo from a time long before humanity's recorded past, something waiting beneath the sands for someone curious enough or reckless enough to find it. And that someone had finally arrived. The artifact lay there, half buried in dust, as if the desert itself had tried to swallow it for eternity. At first glance, it looked like a sculpted object, metallic, smooth, impossibly symmetrical, but the longer they stared, the more it seemed to resist definition. It shimmered faintly under the sunlight, its colors shifting between silver, black, and deep blue, almost alive. The archaeologist crouched beside it, brushing off the sand with trembling hands. The material was unlike anything he had ever seen. It wasn't stone, it wasn't bronze. It wasn't any alloy known to modern science. When a geologist attempted to scrape off a sample, the blade of his instrument simply bent and fractured, as though the surface was harder than diamond, yet strangely soft to the touch. In his notebook, the archaeologist described it in a single phrase, an object out of time. Its surface was engraved with a sequence of patterns, not random scratches or ornamentation, but deliberate etchings that seemed to follow mathematical logic. Circles within circles, fractal spirals, and flowing lines that hinted at language but defied translation. Even under magnification, the patterns revealed microscopic geometries, precise, machine-like engravings, as if the artifact had been constructed using technology millions of years ahead of its supposed era. They brought out every instrument they had, radiation sensors, spectrometers, scanners, but the readings made no sense. The material didn't reflect heat. It seemed to absorb it, pulling energy inward instead of emitting it. A faint hum resonated through the camp whenever someone stood too close. The archaeologist felt it in his bones, a deep vibration, like a heartbeat buried in the metal. And when he touched the surface directly, the hum intensified. For a split second, witnesses claimed his eyes unfocused, and he froze completely still, as though listening to something inaudible to everyone else. The linguist was the first to suggest that the engravings might represent some kind of proto-language, not written communication as we know it, but symbolic or mathematical representation of sound or frequency. "It's not what it says," she told him. "It's what it does." She believed the symbols were meant to interact with resonance, tones, perhaps even the human voice. When they tried humming at various pitches near the artifact, the ground itself seemed to respond, vibrating ever so slightly, enough to send sand rippling outward in concentric waves. By the third day after its discovery, the archaeologist could no longer think of anything else. He abandoned the other sections of the site entirely, focusing only on the artifact. His notes from those days were both meticulous and unnerving. He measured its every angle, traced every marking, calculated ratios that seemed to mirror astronomical distances, the positions of specific stars, the curvature of planetary orbits, even the harmonic frequencies found in nature. He became convinced that the object wasn't ceremonial or decorative. It was functional, a device of some kind. But a device for what? Late one night, as the others slept, he recorded a voice memo that would later be found on his damaged recorder. It responds to presence. It's as though it's aware of being observed. "I can feel something." Not fear, not energy, more like recognition. I think it knows we found it. When dawn came, the mood in camp had shifted. The artifact surface had changed overnight. The engravings appeared deeper, glowing faintly under infrared light. There was no heat source, no external trigger, and yet something about it had transformed. The geologist insisted it must have been condensation or mineral reflection, but the archaeologist disagreed. He believed the artifact was reacting to the environment, or perhaps to something else entirely. In a rare entry written in the margins of his field journal, he scrawled, "It's older than the desert, maybe older than the planet." The more he studied it, the more impossible its existence became. Radiocarbon dating was useless. The alloy contained no organic material. Spectral analysis revealed trace elements not found in Earth's crust, isotopes that hinted at extraterrestrial origin, or a manufacturing process beyond human capability. When samples were sent for testing, they came back labeled indeterminate. It was as though the artifact had no place in our periodic table. The artifact itself was roughly the size of a human skull, yet its density suggested it weighed nearly twice as much as solid iron. Its core seemed hollow, but when struck lightly, it emitted a tone, a pure, resonant note that continued far longer than it should have. Instruments detected brief electromagnetic surges every time that tone was produced, though the energy output was negligible. The archaeologist noted that the frequency corresponded eerily with Schumann resonance, the natural electromagnetic pulse of Earth's atmosphere. At this point, the local guides refused to go near it. They claimed to hear whispering whenever the archaeologist approached the pedestal. To them, it wasn't a relic. It was a living stone, something ancient spirits had buried to keep humanity safe. One of the guides quietly left that night, walking alone across the desert rather than remain near the site another day. The archaeologist, however, was unmoved. To him, fear was a symptom of ignorance. He believed the artifact held the key to a forgotten epoch, perhaps even proof that an advanced civilization had existed long before recorded history. This could rewrite everything, he told his cameraman, his voice trembling with both excitement and exhaustion. If we can prove this is pre-human, the entire academic model collapses. But as his obsession grew, so did the strangeness. The team began experiencing headaches, nausea, and vivid dreams. The linguist dreamed of standing inside a vast chamber of light, hearing voices chanting in a language she didn't understand. The cameraman swore the artifact moved slightly between shots, though no one else could confirm it. Their instruments malfunctioned repeatedly, batteries drained within hours, and compasses refused to settle on north. And yet, through it all, the archaeologist continued his work. Every anomaly, every unexplained occurrence only convinced him more that the object was not a mere artifact. It was evidence of a lost power, a fragment of intelligence preserved from an age long erased. He was standing on the threshold of something monumental, something that transcended science and myth alike. In his final entry before the chaos began, he wrote a single chilling sentence. "It's not what we found beneath the sands. It's what found us." The team's first attempt to analyze the artifact scientifically began the morning after its discovery. The archaeologists insisted that before any assumptions were made, every measurable property, weight, density, radiation, magnetic resonance, and spectral output, had to be logged. It was a routine step in any excavation. But this time, routine collapsed under the weight of the inexplicable. From the very beginning, the readings refused to make sense. Instruments that had functioned flawlessly days earlier began malfunctioning the moment they neared the object. The magnetometer spiked erratically, sometimes registering powerful magnetic fields, other times showing nothing at all. The Geiger counter clicked faintly, not enough to suggest radiation, but enough to unsettle the team. The archaeologist took a cautious approach. He ordered multiple samples of soil surrounding the artifact to be sent for analysis, hoping to determine if the surrounding sediment could offer clues. But that only deepened the mystery. The samples revealed traces of isotopes associated with deep-sea minerals, despite the site being hundreds of miles from any ocean. One of the technicians suggested that perhaps the area had once been submerged millions of years ago, a plausible explanation, except for one problem. The isotopes were too pure. They showed no signs of contamination or weathering, as though they had been preserved in perfect isolation. When the first round of carbon dating results returned, confusion spread through the camp. Though the artifact itself could not be carbon dated, fragments of surrounding organic material were tested to establish context. One lab dated them to approximately 5,000 years old, consistent with early Bronze Age strata. A second lab, using the same method, returned results closer to 20,000 years. And a third, more advanced facility reported an impossible figure, newer than 200 years. The samples, identical in origin, seemed to exist in multiple timelines at once. The archaeologist documented every anomaly meticulously, refusing to jump to conclusions. But in private, his notes became darker. Either the equipment is lying, he wrote, or this object doesn't obey the same laws of time as the world around it. His geologist dismissed the results as cross-contamination, while the linguist grew silent, disturbed by the implications. Late that evening, she told him, "What if the artifact isn't from the past at all? What if it came from the future, or somewhere that doesn't measure time like we do?" He didn't answer. He just stared at the object, which under the dim lamplight seemed to shimmer faintly as though breathing. The following day, they decided to run non-invasive resonance tests. Using low-frequency sound waves, they tried to map the artifact's internal structure. The signal that came back was unlike anything they had ever seen. It produced patterns, perfect symmetrical geometries that repeated in sequences resembling Fibonacci spirals and harmonic ratios. The data was beautiful, elegant, yet terrifying in its perfection. Nature does not build with such mathematical precision. Only intelligence does. When the archaeologists increased the frequency, the artifact emitted a faint tone, not a mechanical feedback, but a clear, sustained hum that lasted nearly 30 seconds after the equipment was turned off. The cameraman recorded the event, capturing the team's stunned reaction. The sound was not loud, but it resonated deeply, vibrating the ground beneath their feet. One of the local guides clutched his head and screamed that the object was calling something. The archaeologist, trying to stay rational, ordered the test stopped. But even after the equipment was shut down, the humming continued faintly, echoing through the air before fading into silence. That night, the team couldn't sleep. A static charge hung in the camp, prickling the skin whenever they neared the crate containing the artifact. Electronics flickered unpredictably. Lights dimmed. Radios emitted bursts of static that almost sounded like voices. One of the assistants swore he heard his own name whispered through the static. When he told the archaeologist, he was told to rest and not mention it again. The line between psychological stress and physical phenomena was beginning to blur. Over the next few days, data continued to defy explanation. When they ran thermal imaging, the artifact appeared cold, near freezing, yet instruments placed around it detected subtle heat distortions, as though it was bending the space around it. When measured by laser interferometry, the object's dimensions seemed to shift by micrometers over time, as if expanding and contracting in rhythm with an unseen pulse. Each reading contradicted the last. Each attempt to understand only deepened confusion. Finally, the archaeologists decided to transport the artifact to a nearby research outpost for controlled testing. But before that could happen, an unexpected event halted everything. As they were preparing to pack the object, a series of high-pitched tones emanated from the artifact itself, rhythmic, deliberate, like coded pulses. Every metal object in the vicinity began to vibrate. The team stood frozen as dust lifted off the ground in concentric circles around the crate. The sound grew louder, higher, until it became inaudible, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against their ears. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. When they reviewed the audio recordings later, the archaeologists noticed something chilling. Hidden within the noise spectrum were patterns resembling a structured signal, binary intervals repeating in sequences of 3 and 7. When decoded using simple binary translation, it produced one repeated symbol, a spiral, identical to the carvings on the artifact itself. It was as if the object had transmitted a message, not random, but intelligent. The next morning, a courier from the funding foundation arrived unexpectedly. He claimed to be sent to collect data samples for verification. The archaeologist refused to hand anything over, stating that no one outside the team should interfere until they fully understood what they were dealing with. The man left without argument, but the team later noticed tire tracks leading away from camp, tracks that didn't match any of their vehicles. From that day onward, drones were seen circling the dig site at night. The team began to feel like they were being monitored. The archaeologist tried to stay composed, insisting that the data was too important to abandon. Yet even he couldn't ignore the growing unease. "Every time we test it," he said in his notes, "it reacts as if aware. This isn't an object. It's an intelligence, a mechanism waiting to be understood. Or, perhaps, waiting to be remembered." By the end of the week, every hypothesis had failed. Some measurements suggested the artifact was thousands of years old. Others implied it was new, fabricated with impossible precision. When they attempted a final test, exposing it to controlled electromagnetic radiation, the artifact emitted a sharp pulse that knocked out power across the camp. Laptops fried, cameras went dark, and their generators shut down completely. The only thing left glowing was the artifact itself, pulsing with faint internal light, beating like a living heart. In that moment, every rational explanation dissolved. Science had reached its boundary, and something beyond science had started to answer back. It started as whispers, faint, uncertain, like echoes of a story no one wanted to tell aloud. Within days of the artifact discovery, the archaeologist noticed that reports and communications he had sent to academic contacts were vanishing from the servers. One of his colleagues in Europe wrote that the data files he had forwarded arrived corrupted, as though deliberately scrambled. Another email, one containing preliminary photographs, never reached its recipient at all. He assumed at first it was a network failure, a simple glitch caused by the remote desert connection. But the timing was too precise. Each time the word artifact appeared in the subject line, the message either failed or disappeared entirely from the archive. By the second week, the whispers had evolved into open suspicion. The local government office that had issued the excavation permit suddenly revoked it, claiming geological instability in the area. Within hours, their supply shipments were canceled, and their communications linked to the funding foundation went dark. Someone or something was deliberately shutting them down. The archaeologist began documenting everything manually. In one of his handwritten notes, later recovered from the site, he wrote, "Suppression begins the moment truth threatens the system built upon lies." It was a kind of line that would later fuel countless conspiracy theories, but at the time, it was simply a reflection of a man realizing he had crossed an invisible boundary. Soon after, unmarked vehicles began appearing on the horizon. Dark, windowless SUVs that watched from a distance but never approached. The cameraman captured one briefly on film, parked on a ridge under the blazing sun, completely still. The moment the camera panned back, the vehicle was gone. No tire marks, no tracks in sand. It became clear they were being monitored, though no one could say by whom. Back in the nearest city, rumors spread quickly through the archaeological community. Insiders claimed the artifact had already been seized, transported to an undisclosed facility. Others said the entire team had been detained for questioning. None of it was true, at least not yet. But the disinformation created confusion, burying the facts under waves of conflicting narratives. It was a perfect storm of misinformation, designed to obscure what had really happened. Then came the first sign that something larger was at play. A classified memo, leaked anonymously to an independent journalist, mentioned a non-terrestrial object of archaeological interest discovered within a restricted zone matching the team's coordinates. The memo, dated 3 days after the archaeologist's initial discovery, bore the insignia of a defense agency. It referred to a find as potentially destabilizing and recommended containment and media control. The document was dismissed publicly as a forgery, yet the language and formatting were eerily authentic. Within days, the journalist who published it retracted the story and claimed the source had recanted. Not long after, their website went offline entirely. No explanation was ever given. The archaeologist, aware that something was unraveling, tried to contact several trusted colleagues to share his findings. One, a physicist from Prague, received a call from him at midnight. The conversation lasted less than 2 minutes before the line went dead. The physicist later described the last thing he heard before disconnection, a faint rhythmic pulse, the same frequency pattern recorded from the artifact itself. From that point forward, The archaeologist's notes became fragmented, paranoid, but oddly lucid. "Information is vanishing faster than we can record it," he wrote. "Data is being erased at the source, not intercepted. Someone has the ability to reach into our systems and remove history itself." He began keeping duplicate records on analog tape, old film reels, and handwritten logs, aware that digital evidence could no longer be trusted. One night, a supply pilot delivering fuel to the camp reported strange activity near their perimeter. He saw 3 figures moving without lights, their silhouettes outlined briefly by moonlight. When he approached, they vanished into the dunes. The next morning, footprints were found around the storage tent. Boot prints, larger than any worn by the team, leading to the crate where the artifact was kept. The lock had been tampered with, yet nothing appeared stolen. After that, the archaeologists began receiving anonymous shortwave transmissions. The messages were simple and repetitive. "Cease excavation. You are being observed. Do not move the object." The signals came from multiple frequencies, some scrambled, others clear. At first, he thought it was a prank by rival researchers, but the precision and tone of the messages suggested something more official. When he tried to report the interference to the regional authorities, his calls went unanswered. The department that had granted his research license claimed to have no record of his expedition. The same government that had authorized his work was now denying he existed. One of the local guides, frightened by what he saw, warned the archaeologist that the spirits of the earth do not want this uncovered. But another, more pragmatic team member whispered that it wasn't spirits. It was people. Powerful people. By the end of that week, the sense of isolation was absolute. The satellite uplink was mysteriously disabled, their radio range reduced, and replacement batteries failed to arrive. The linguist fell ill, complaining of intense headaches and blurred vision. The archaeologist himself began suffering insomnia, often wandering the camp at night muttering that they're erasing the evidence in real time. His team urged him to rest, but he couldn't stop. The artifact had consumed him, and he knew that forces beyond academia were now invested in making sure it disappeared, along with him if necessary. He wrote one final entry before the journal abruptly ended. "The artifact is no longer just a discovery. It's a threat, not because of what it does, but because of what it proves. If it is real, history is a lie, and lies this old are never left unguarded." What followed would confirm those fears. The suppression had begun in whispers, but soon it would arrive in the flesh. Men in dark uniforms, helicopters with no insignias, and orders that left no room for questions. The archaeologist's fight for truth was about to become a fight for survival. Ancient myths have always spoken in symbols, warnings wrapped in poetry, truths hidden behind a veil of gods and monsters. To most historians, these stories are metaphors, cultural expressions of fear and hope. But to the archaeologists, they were something else entirely, fragments of memory from a forgotten age. In the days following the artifact's discovery, he began to notice parallels between the strange engravings on its surface and symbols found across the world in ancient texts. Spirals, interlocking circles, and rays of light descending from the heavens, motifs that appeared in civilizations separated by oceans and millennia. He began to suspect that the artifact wasn't just a relic. It was a cipher, an echo of an ancient message humanity had failed to decode. Each night, under the dim glow of his lantern, he pored over digital scans of sacred texts stored on his laptop. The Popol Vuh, the Rig Veda, the Enuma Elish, and fragments of Sumerian tablets. The similarities were undeniable. In the Popol Vuh, the gods shape men from shining dust. In the Rig Veda, beings from the sky bring the sound that moves the earth. In Sumerian mythology, the Anunnaki descend with tools of power that hum like thunder. Across continents, across languages, humanity's oldest stories spoke of luminous objects, celestial visitors, and knowledge that did not belong to mortals. The archaeologist highlighted passage after passage, whispering to himself, they all saw it. Every civilization saw the same thing. He compared the artifact's spiral engraving to one found on a Babylonian seal, depicting a god holding what appeared to be a glowing orb. The same pattern appeared in petroglyphs from Australia, in Mayan codices, even carved into megaliths in the British Isles. How could such a specific symbol repeat globally unless it pointed to a shared origin, a universal event etched into human memory? The archaeologists began to theorize that these stories were not myths at all, but encrypted records of direct encounters with a form of technology ancient humans could not comprehend. His theory, if true, would be catastrophic for conventional history. It suggested that an advanced intelligence, terrestrial or otherwise, had once interacted with early humanity, leaving behind fragments of its presence, artifacts, symbols, and encoded warnings disguised as religion. The archaeologist's journal from this period reads like the descent of a rational man into forbidden understanding. The myths were never about gods, he wrote. They were about machines, the gods with machines. He cross-referenced the markings on the artifact with the Sumerian word me, which refer to divine decrees or laws of civilization, blueprints for knowledge supposedly handed down by the gods. The shape of the engraving even resembled the cuneiform representation of me. Could the artifact be one of these mythical gifts of the gods? In Egyptian mythology, similar descriptions appeared under another name, the Benben stone, a radiant object said to have descended from the heavens, resting within the temple of Heliopolis, containing the power of creation itself. Every culture seemed to remember the same event through a different lens. But what disturbed him most was that many of these ancient stories contain warnings. In the book of Enoch, the fallen angels are punished for giving mankind forbidden knowledge, metalworking, astronomy, and weaponry. In the Mahabharata, divine weapons cause fire brighter than 1,000 suns, devastating entire cities. In Mesoamerican myth, the gods who gifted wisdom also brought destruction when humans used it selfishly. The pattern was clear. The gifts of the gods came with a curse. Every time humanity reached too far, something intervened to reset the balance. The archaeologists began to wonder, had humanity been warned before? Was the artifact itself one of those warnings? His late-night audio logs captured his growing unease. The texts don't describe creation, they describe memory. We've been here before. We've built and fallen. Maybe this artifact is a remnant of that last fall. The linguist on the team grew increasingly alarmed by his conclusions. She argued that he was seeing connections where none existed, that mythology couldn't be taken literally. But when she examined the inscriptions herself, her skepticism began to waver. The patterns corresponded to phonetic structures that predated any known language. They weren't just symbols. They followed linguistic order, mathematical rhythm, and ratio. In essence, it looked less like art and more like a transmission, a universal language of geometry and sound. When she overlaid the artifact's markings onto an ancient Vedic mandala, the alignment was perfect. The central spiral fit precisely within the mandala's sacred geometry, and the outer rings matched harmonic intervals used in ancient chanting frequencies. It was as though whoever created the artifact understood the vibrational principles underlying human consciousness. Sound as a carrier of reality itself. In one of his most cryptic journal entries, the archaeologist wrote, "If myths are messages, then the gods were never creators. They were communicators. The artifact is not just history. It's an interface." He began cataloging every mythic parallel he could find: the Greek Helios disc, the Tibetan Chinamani stone, the biblical Ark of the Covenant. All described radiant objects that connected humans with divine power. Some could kill those who touched them. Others granted visions or knowledge beyond comprehension. Each story ended the same way. The object vanished, hidden or destroyed to protect humanity from itself. The further he dug, the more he noticed another recurring theme: secrecy. The myth spoke of priesthoods, secret orders, and watchers who guarded the relics after the gods withdrew. Perhaps, he thought, those orders never vanished. Perhaps their descendants still exist, maintaining their silence in modern institutions, ensuring that humanity never learns what was buried beneath myth and metaphor. In his notes, he drew connections between the artifact and ancient warnings carved in stone tablets from Nineveh that described the return of the shining ones when the world is out of balance. The archaeologist's tone became urgent, desperate even. He seemed to believe the artifact's reappearance was not an accident, but a signal, a countdown, perhaps, or a key unlocking a cycle humanity was about to repeat. As paranoia deepened, the camp grew divided. Some of his team begged him to stop researching the correlations, fearing it was driving him mad. But he couldn't stop. "The ancients left us a map," he told them one night. "They told us exactly what happens when we find these things again, and we never listen." The next morning, the linguist found a single line scrawled across the top of his notebook, written in haste and underlined twice. "The artifact is not new. It's returning." That was the moment the myth stopped being history and became prophecy. The archaeologists had crossed a threshold that few ever returned from, the realization that our ancestors might not have imagined gods, but remembered them. And now, he feared, the same intelligence that once warned humanity was watching once again, waiting for us to make the same mistake. When the dust finally settled around the excavation site, and after the chaos of the artifact discovery had thrown the team into confusion and sleepless nights, the archaeologist did something unusual. He stopped speaking to his colleague for nearly a full day and began writing. Furiously, obsessively, as if afraid that the thoughts forming in his mind might vanish, if not captured immediately. These writings would become known as a secret journal, a small, leather-bound notebook that would later be recovered under strange circumstances. Unlike his formal research notes, the journal wasn't a log of measurements or geological data. It was personal, raw thoughts, sketches, reflections, and fragments of half-finished theories that bordered on obsession. The entries read more like confessions and scientific documentation. In one of the earliest pages, written in hastily scribbled ink, he recorded, "Something about it feels aware. I can't explain it in rational terms. When I approach it, I feel seen, not watched, but recognized." At first, the writing spoke of excitement, the exhilaration of finding something so extraordinary that it might redefine human history. But as the days passed, the tone shifted. Entries began to reveal a subtle but growing paranoia. He wrote of recurring dreams, visions of enormous structures rising from deserts and oceans, shimmering lights descending from the sky, and voices whispering in a language he did not know but somehow understood. The words repeated over and over in his sleep. "It remembers." He described how, during one of his nighttime visits to the excavation pit, he noticed faint vibrations rippling to the sand around the artifact. He placed his hand on the ground, and for a moment he thought he felt a pulse, slow, rhythmic, almost like the beating of a heart beneath the earth. "The earth breathes with it," he wrote, "and when it stops, silence feels wrong." The archaeologist's handwriting became increasingly unstable in later entries. Lines slanted, ink smudged. Some words were crossed out violently, replaced with cryptic diagrams, concentric circles filled with spirals and geometric patterns. He made repeated references to frequency and memory encoding. On one page, written in red pencil, he underlined the words, "conscious resonance." Beneath it, a note read, "This object doesn't just hold data, it holds awareness." By this point, the others in the camp had grown worried. The linguist noted his erratic behavior in her own private notes, writing that he seemed to speak to the artifact when he thought no one was watching. The cameraman recorded one such moment, grainy footage showing the archaeologist kneeling beside the artifact, whispering words softly, as if in conversation. When the linguist later played the footage back, faint tones could be heard responding to his voice, matching pitch and rhythm like an echo. The dreams intensified. The journal describes them in unsettling detail. Endless corridors of polished stone lit by pulsing light, tall, indistinct figures watching from a distance, a voice telling him, "You found the first, but not the last." He began to believe these were not dreams at all, but communications, messages sent through the artifact, transmitted directly into his subconscious. One of the most disturbing entries appeared 3 days before his disappearance. It read, "The symbols are not written language. They're neural patterns, gateways. The mind decodes them when exposed to specific resonance. When I close my eyes, I see them moving. They arrange themselves. They want to tell me something." Beneath that, in trembling script, he added, "But what if listening is a mistake?" The archaeologist also recorded several incidents of strange electromagnetic behavior. His watch stopped multiple times while near the artifact, and the compass needle pointed steadily toward it, regardless of direction. When he wore a small metal pendant, it began to vibrate faintly as he stood close to the object. He interpreted these events as signs of an intelligent energy field, something not static but interactive. At one point, he even devised a crude experiment. He placed several metal rods around the artifact at equal distances, connecting them with copper wire and a small battery to create a closed circuit. The moment the current flowed, the wires began to hum at a low frequency, and sand near the base of the object shifted, not outward but upward, as though lifted by invisible pressure. "It reacts to energy," he wrote afterward. Or perhaps it is energy itself. Later entries became increasingly desperate, filled with warnings and fragmented sentences. "It knows my name. The hum is inside my skull now. It's trying to remember something through me." In one chilling passage, he described waking up to find his tent glowing faintly from within, the light pulsing in rhythm with a heartbeat. He claimed that when he stepped outside, he saw the artifact shimmering under the stars, not reflecting light, but emitting it. The rest of the team slept through the event, though the cameraman's equipment inexplicably recorded several seconds of static around the same time. The final few pages of the journal are nearly illegible, scrawled handwriting, overlapping notes, and streaks of what looked like dried mud or perhaps blood. One phrase, however, is perfectly clear, written in large letters across an entire page. "They will come for it. They always do. But this time it woke before they did." The journal ends abruptly there. The last page is torn out. Weeks later, when rescue teams arrived to investigate the archaeologist's disappearance, they found a notebook buried beneath the floor of his tent, wrapped carefully in cloth and sealed in a waterproof bag, as though he knew it would need to survive him. The missing page was never found. When researchers later analyzed the journal, they discovered faint imprints from whatever had been written on that torn page. After digitally enhancing the pressure marks, one line emerged, fragmented but haunting. "If you find this, don't touch it. It remembers everything." It was as if the archaeologist had left behind a warning not just for his team, but for anyone who would follow in his footsteps, a message to future seekers of forbidden truths. The journal revealed not just the unraveling of a brilliant mind, but perhaps the awakening of something ancient, something patient, waiting beneath the sands for someone to listen again. Patterns. That was a word that kept surfacing in every investigator's report, every leaked document, and every hushed conversation in the years that followed the archaeologist's disappearance. Patterns of discovery and erasure. The more people tried to trace what had happened to him, the more it became clear that his vanishing was not an isolated incident. It was part of something larger, something woven through centuries of archaeological history, like a hidden thread, a pattern of explorers, researchers, and scientists who stumbled upon the impossible and then disappeared. The journalist who first investigated the case compiled what she called the list of the lost. It included names that had all but vanished from academic databases. People who, like the archaeologist, had made discoveries that contradicted accepted history. The list spanned continents and decades. Dr. Heinrich Zoller, who found metallic spheres embedded in Precambrian rock in South Africa. Professor Elena Corda, who unearthed what appeared to be machine stone tools dated at over 50,000 years old. The Japanese marine archaeologist who documented an underwater city off the coast of Yonaguni and died in a boating accident 2 weeks after submitting his report. Then there were the lesser-known cases, the amateurs, the adventurers, and the whistleblowers who claimed to have evidence of out-of-place artifacts and ancient technologies far too advanced for their supposed eras. They all shared the same fate. Their discoveries were dismissed, their reputations destroyed, and in some cases, their lives abruptly cut short. It was as if the world allowed only a narrow bandwidth of truth, and anyone who stepped outside it was quietly removed from the equation. The archaeologist's disappearance fit the pattern perfectly. His find had threatened the established chronology of civilization, challenging the linear narrative that humanity rose from primitive ignorance to modern enlightenment. If his artifact truly existed, if it was proof that an advanced intelligence had once walked the earth, then everything from religion to science to politics would have to be rewritten. Such a revelation, as one of his colleagues once said, wouldn't just change history, it would collapse it. But what made this pattern so chilling was that it wasn't new. Dig deep enough into the annals of archaeology, and you find traces of the same suppression stretching back centuries. In 1909, explorers from the Smithsonian allegedly discovered a network of Egyptian-style tunnels in the Grand Canyon. The story made front-page news in the Arizona Gazette and then vanished, erased from official archives. In the 1930s, A miner in Oklahoma uncovered a perfectly carved metallic sphere encased in coal dated at over 300 million years old. The artifact was seized, and the man was never heard from again. During the 1960s, Soviet archaeologists in the Ural Mountains found what they called nanospirals, microscopic coils of tungsten and molybdenum embedded in prehistoric rock. Within a year, the research program was classified, and all public mention disappeared. Over and over, the same pattern repeated: discovery, disbelief, disappearance. The archaeologists had simply become the latest link in that unbroken chain. Some called it coincidence. Others saw conspiracy. But among those who dared to look closer, a darker theory emerged: that there existed a global network, hidden within the academic and intelligence establishments, tasked with maintaining the illusion of a linear human past. Their mission wasn't to destroy knowledge, but to control it, to decide which truths humanity was ready to face. This theory came to be known in underground circles as the custodian hypothesis. The custodians were not mythic beings or shadowy cabals, but real individuals embedded within universities, research agencies, and governments, ensuring that certain discoveries never reached the public eye. If this theory was true, then the archaeologist's find had triggered the alarm. He had crossed a line that countless others before him had unknowingly crossed, a point beyond which truth became too dangerous to share. Journal entries from the weeks leading to his disappearance hinted that he was aware of this pattern. He referenced others who had been silenced, writing, "They always say it's an accident. It's never an accident." He cited the case of Michael Cremo, the controversial author of Forbidden Archaeology, who faced professional exile for suggesting human artifacts millions of years old. He mentioned Father Crespi, the priest who collected hundreds of metallic plates inscribed with unknown languages, only for them to vanish after his death. He even alluded to the infamous Baghdad battery, an ancient electrical device quietly dismissed as a ritual jar. Each of these examples, he believed, represented the same truth trying to break through the surface of denial. Humanity's real history wasn't lost. It was buried deliberately and repeatedly after his disappearance. Strange coincidences surrounded the investigation. One of the rescue team members who recovered his journal died in a car accident 2 days after returning home. Another claimed to have been followed by unmarked vehicles. The linguist, the only surviving core member of the original team, reportedly received anonymous emails containing cryptic phrases like, "He isn't gone, he's offline," and they found what they came for. As researchers revisited the case, they found that nearly every piece of physical evidence, the artifact's residue samples, the geophysical scans, even satellite images of the site, had been removed or overwritten. The digital archive stored on the archaeologist's laptop had been wiped clean, replaced with random binary noise. The timestamps, however, told a story. The deletions occurred the very night he disappeared. And then came the oddest twist of all. Years later, a historian studying suppressed discoveries found an unmarked envelope among declassified intelligence documents. Inside was a single photograph, black and white, grainy, showing a man who resembled the archaeologist standing in front of what looked like an underground vault door. Scrawled across the back were the words, "The first was never meant to be found." No one could verify the photo's authenticity, but it reignited the mystery in underground communities. What happened to the archaeologist was not unprecedented. It was a continuation of an old ritual, the removal of those who reached too close to forbidden truths. And while skeptics dismissed such ideas as paranoid fantasy, the pattern persisted, repeating across generations, across continents, across disciplines. Each time, a new discovery surfaced, an ancient machine, a mysterious map, an impossible fossil, and each time it was suppressed, destroyed, or labeled fraud. The archaeologist had simply become another name in the list of those who had dared to look behind the curtain of accepted history. But as one anonymous source who claimed to have worked within the intelligence community later said in a rare interview, "We don't silence them because they're wrong. We silence them because they're right too soon." The archaeologist's vanishing was not an isolated tragedy. It was the echo of a pattern as old as civilization itself. The eternal war between discovery and control, between truth and the systems built to contain it. And if history was any indication, the world would soon forget him, just as it had forgotten all the others. Until, of course, the next one disappeared. It began with silence, and then came the witnesses. In the aftermath of the archaeologist's disappearance, locals from nearby settlements began speaking about strange visitors who had arrived days before everything went wrong. They came at night. No one saw where they came from, and no one saw them leave. There were no license plates on their vehicles, no insignias, and no introductions. The villagers called them the Shadow Men. The surviving members of the expedition were questioned later, and all recalled similar experiences. 2 nights before the archaeologists vanished, 3 figures had appeared near the edge of the camp. They were dressed entirely in black, their faces obscured by visors. They moved in absolute coordination, their boots leaving no sound on the sand. One of the guides shouted at them, demanding to know who they were, but they didn't respond. They simply turned and walked away, toward the dig site. By morning, the tire tracks that had led toward the ridge were gone, as though erased by the desert itself. That was the first encounter, but not the last. The cameraman, who had continued filming despite the archaeologist's erratic behavior, later claimed that he saw one of these visitors inside the excavation pit late one night. The figure stood motionless for several minutes, seemingly staring at the artifact's containment crate, before vanishing into the darkness. When the archaeologist heard about it, he was furious. He accused his own team of lying, of paranoia. But later, in his secret journal, he would write, "They were already here before we arrived. They're not following us. We're following them." In the following days, the team began noticing other anomalies. Supplies went missing, notebooks, storage drives, a section of rope. The generator failed twice, despite being inspected hours earlier. The satellite phone's GPS records showed phantom signals, coordinates leading to nowhere, pings from places hundreds of miles away. Every night, the air seemed heavier, and the feeling of being watched grew unbearable. It was during this time that the linguist found what she described as evidence of interference. The audio recording from their instruments contained frequencies that hadn't been present during recording. Embedded deep within the static were faint voices, indecipherable, mechanical, and rhythmic, like coded transmissions. She analyzed them obsessively, convinced they were not random. When she filtered the sound through a spectrogram, she saw patterns forming, vertical spikes arranged in groups of 3. When she inverted the frequencies, a single phrase emerged, faint but unmistakable, "Leave it." That same night, one of the local guides packed his belongings and left without a word. The next morning, his tent was empty, his footprints leading into the dunes, and then stopping abruptly mid-stride. They never found him. By now, the team was terrified. The archaeologist, though visibly shaken, refused to abandon the artifact. "We've already crossed the threshold," he told them. "If they wanted us gone, we'd be gone. They're watching to see what we'll do next." His voice trembled, not with fear, but defiance. Yet even as he spoke, something in him seemed to fracture. He began sleeping during the day and staying awake through the night, sitting near the artifact, muttering that they're waiting for a signal. It was on the 10th night that everything escalated. Just after midnight, a low hum filled the air, the same frequency they had detected weeks earlier. The generator lights flickered, and then the camp was bathed in a pale, unnatural glow coming from beyond the ridge. The cameraman turned his lens toward it, capturing a few seconds of trembling light that moved in complete silence. The archaeologist sprinted toward the ridge, shouting something about the Watchers. The footage ended abruptly. The next morning, he was gone. No tracks, no struggle, no trace. Only the faint imprint of footprints near the crate, larger than any of theirs, pressed deep into the sand. In the days that followed, helicopters were spotted circling the region, and unmarked military trucks were seen heading toward the desert. The site was sealed off, the remaining team members detained briefly, then released under strict orders of silence. When questioned, they were told the site had been deemed unstable due to seismic activity. But the linguist knew better. She had seen the men who came after. She described them later in a private interview that was never officially published. They weren't military. They didn't speak. They didn't move like people. They glided, almost. They came in silence, and when they left, the air felt different, like something had been erased. For years, Stories of shadow visitors have haunted forbidden archaeology. Researchers who find themselves on the edge of discovery often report the same encounters. Strange figures who appear before the evidence vanishes, official-looking but with no traceable origin. They don't need badges or uniforms. Their authority is unspoken. They arrive where science meets myth, where truth is about to slip through the cracks. Some believe they are government agents from secret divisions tasked with suppressing dangerous finds. Others believe they are something far older, the descendants or servants of those who created the artifacts in the first place, still ensuring that humanity never remembers too much too soon. The archaeologist had written about them once before he vanished. Every truth worth hiding has its guardians. Ours wear suits, not wings. That line became a legend among underground researchers, a quiet acknowledgement that history is eyes, and at the moment you find something forbidden, something starts watching back. Whatever those shadow visitors were, one fact remained certain. They arrived right after the artifact was unearthed, and after that, nothing, not the man, not the object, not even the dig site itself, was ever seen again. The silence that followed the archaeologist's disappearance was deafening, but it wasn't the natural quiet of a desert. It was a suffocating stillness of deliberate control. Within 48 hours, all communication from the site ceased. The excavation camp was dismantled, its coordinates erased from official records. Government vehicles moved in, and men in uniforms with no identifiable insignia took control of the perimeter. The few surviving team members were escorted away under the pretense of debriefing. When they returned, none of them spoke publicly again. Officially, the excavation had never taken place. The permits were revoked, the funding foundation dissolved, and every digital record related to the expedition was systematically removed. The archaeologist's name was struck from the university's directory, his research webpage deleted, and his ongoing grant proposals quietly closed under administrative restructuring. Even academic journals that had published his earlier, unrelated works began retracting them, citing data inconsistencies. It was as if someone was erasing him not only from history, but from existence itself. When journalists began asking questions, the institutions responded with rehearsed precision. The university claimed the archaeologist had gone missing on a private research trip, unrelated to official funding. The cultural ministry denied that any excavation permit had been issued in that region. And the private foundation that financed the mission, it no longer existed. Its listed headquarters in Zurich turned out to be an empty office space. The company dissolved just days after his disappearance. The most chilling part, however, was how coordinated it all was. Every query met the same wall of polite denial. Government archives showed no record of correspondence, no travel logs, no export permits for archaeological material. Even the satellite imagery from that sector of desert was suddenly unavailable due to technical maintenance. A few online sleuths tried to pull data from open-source archives, only to find that the coordinates themselves had been blurred in multiple systems. One forum user described it perfectly. It's like the Earth itself was edited, but there were cracks in the silence. A leaked memo from a mid-level cultural affairs officer surfaced online briefly before being deleted. It stated that an unclassified object of non-anthropogenic composition had been secured and transferred to Facility 41B. The memo was stamped confidential, eyes only, and carried no signature. A handful of independent researchers managed to screenshot the document before it vanished. Theories exploded overnight. Some believed 41B referred to an underground laboratory used for reverse engineering classified materials. Others thought it was a code name for a NATO research program rumored to investigate anomalous artifacts. Meanwhile, a journalist from the Global Chronicle attempted to track the archaeologist's last known movements through customs and border records. What she found deepened the mystery. The flight manifest showed he had never boarded his return flight. Yet, security footage from the airport that morning showed him walking to the terminal, visibly agitated, speaking on a satellite phone. Minutes later, the footage cuts abruptly to static. When she requested higher quality footage from airport authorities, she was told the data had been corrupted due to a system update. The remaining expedition members, those who hadn't vanished, seemed haunted by the same quiet terror. The linguist, once an outspoken academic, resigned from her position and moved abroad. In her resignation letter, she wrote a single line: "Some knowledge comes with a cost humanity can't yet afford." The cameraman disappeared shortly after selling his equipment to a pawn shop. Years later, his brother claimed that two official-looking men came asking questions about him, and that he had fled shortly after. None of the footage he recorded at the site was ever found. As interest grew online, official statements became increasingly contradictory. A press release from a government spokesperson dismissed the entire story as internet fiction fueled by conspiracy forums. Yet days later, a classified directive was leaked to journalists, instructing all research institutes to monitor and report any unauthorized excavation within restricted desert sectors. Why would such a directive exist if there was nothing to hide? Behind the scenes, whispers circulated among academics who had known the archaeologists personally. Some claimed to have been visited by consultants who questioned them about his recent research. One professor described the encounter as less an interview, more an interrogation. The men asked precise questions about his correspondence, unpublished theories, and whether he had ever mentioned the term resonant relics. When the story finally hit international media, it was already too late. The narrative had been rewritten. Mainstream outlets dismissed it as a hoax, a case of an overzealous explorer lost in the desert, his disappearance exaggerated by online rumor. Within a month, even the most credible news organizations stopped covering it altogether. Search engines quietly pushed older articles into obscurity, buried beneath pages of unrelated results. The erasure was total, but there was one anomaly, a single file that slipped through the digital purge. A low-resolution image uploaded anonymously to an encrypted server appeared to show a group of soldiers standing in a dimly lit hangar beside a large metallic crate. Faint symbols could be seen stenciled along its side, the same spirals and circles the archaeologists had documented. The image metadata placed at a facility located near a decommissioned airbase, but within hours of its appearance, every trace of file was scrubbed from the web. Those who tried to repost it claimed their accounts were locked or deleted. The archaeologist family tried to push for an official inquiry, but their requests were ignored. They received a formal letter expressing condolences and a vague statement about unforeseen environmental hazards. The letter was unsigned. His belongings, what little survived, were returned in a sealed crate containing only clothing, his field gloves, and a notebook filled with blank pages. Experts who examined the notebook under UV light, however, claimed to find faint chemical traces of erased ink. Whatever had been written there had been removed deliberately. The silence became the story. The unanswered questions, the vanishing evidence, the institutional amnesia, all of it painted a picture more sinister than any open admission could. When institutions deny too much, their silence becomes its own confession. The official line remained unchanged. The archaeologists had vanished in the desert. No artifact existed. No cover-up occurred. But the world of forbidden archaeology knew better. For those who studied patterns of suppression, this was a textbook example. The stage where truth is rewritten, data destroyed, and history reshaped to maintain the illusion of order. And somewhere, deep in a vault that doesn't officially exist, an object that never should have been found hums faintly in the dark. Silent, patient, waiting for the next hand brave enough or foolish enough to touch it. It began with the rumors of a secret. After the silence that followed the government's erasure of the dig site, whispers began to spread through underground circles of researchers and independent archaeologists, whispers of insiders who claimed to have seen the artifact after its seizure. They were few, cautious, and terrified. Yet, their accounts shared uncanny similarities. They spoke of a glowing object locked deep within a containment facility, emitting a faint hum that caused nearby electronics to malfunction. These weren't the ramblings of conspiracy theorists. Some of them were scientists, engineers, even military contractors who had once worked with classified materials. They all said the same thing. The artifact was not destroyed. It had been taken. The first of these voices came from an anonymous email sent to a fringe research journal known for publishing suppressed data. The message was simple. It's real. It's still active. They can't turn it off. The sender claimed to have been part of a team assigned to analyze an unidentified metallic object that matched the archaeologist's descriptions perfectly. Smooth, impossible to cut, covered in geometric etchings that seemed to shift under observation. The writer described the artifact as alive in a way we don't understand. Before the journal could verify the claims, the email account was deleted and the server hosting the message was attacked. Then came another account, this one from a whistleblower who went by the codename Orion. In a recorded interview, Orion described working inside a restricted research installation located in the desert southwest, identified only as Site Epsilon. There, he claimed, several recovered non-terrestrial materials were being studied under extreme secrecy. It wasn't metal, he said. It was responsive. We didn't analyze it. It analyzed us. He described how the object emitted low-frequency vibrations that interfere with human brain waves, causing nausea, dizziness, and hallucinations. Within weeks of exposure, several technicians requested transfers or left the facility entirely. One of them, Orion, said, saw something in a reflection that wasn't there, a landscape like another world. Independent investigators managed to cross-reference Orion's claims with declassified budget records, showing a sudden increase in funding for advanced material resonance research during the same year as the archaeologist's disappearance. The paperwork was buried within the Department of Defense's black budget reports, under vague line items referencing field-active alloys and temporal phase analysis. Soon more voices emerged. A former linguistics researcher from a European institute contacted an online forum dedicated to anomalous discoveries. She claimed that months after the archaeologist vanished, her department received encrypted documents containing fragments of an unknown script. The patterns were identical to those found on the artifact. She was instructed to decipher the text using phonetic modeling and warned not to disclose the work to anyone. When she requested the origin of the samples, her supervisor told her it came from a privately owned object under military custodianship. Then she said something that sent chills through the community. The symbols rearrange themselves between scans. They don't stay still. It's like language that evolves while being read. When her story began circulating, her online profile was deleted, and her academic affiliation page was replaced with generic "400 for not found" message. By now, a pattern was forming. Again, first came the discovery, then the suppression, followed by the silencing of anyone who got too close. But these insiders, these ghosts within the system, couldn't stay silent forever. They began leaking details through encrypted channels, schematics of electromagnetic testing devices, blurred photographs of what looked like the artifact suspended in a vacuum chamber, and sound files of low-frequency pulses believed to have been recorded during experiments. One audio file stood out. It was only 20 seconds long, a deep oscillating tone rising and falling in slow, deliberate intervals. But when researchers ran the file through spectral analysis software, they noticed something impossible. Embedded within the frequency patterns was a repeating structure that resembled a human brainwave signature, identical to the delta wave range produced during deep sleep. The artifact, it seemed, was generating a signal that mirrored consciousness itself. A former technician allegedly working with the classified team later wrote under a pseudonym, "They don't know what it is. They only know it reacts to awareness. The more people focus on it, the stronger it becomes." That line terrified many in the forbidden archaeology community. Could the artifact be a form of sentient technology, one that amplified through observation like quantum phenomena scaled to a macroscopic level? If so, then every test, every analysis, every act of curiosity only awakened it further. Rumors persisted that the facility housing the object experienced multiple power failures. Some accounts claimed the artifact began emitting heat signatures that registered as biological rather than mechanical. Others described faint, human-like vocal patterns embedded within electromagnetic static. Whatever the truth was, one thing became clear. Someone, somewhere, was still studying it, and not without consequences. One insider went as far as to claim that the archaeologist himself had been seen inside the facility, alive, under observation, assisting in containment. The claim was dismissed as fantasy, yet those who had seen his erased records couldn't help but wonder. If the artifact had demonstrated an effect on consciousness, could it have altered him somehow? Was he now part of the very phenomenon he had uncovered? A final anonymous testimony surfaced years later on a deep web archive, written under the title Echoes of the Field. It read, We thought we were studying an artifact. We were wrong. It was studying us, learning, adapting. When we stopped observing, it became dormant. When we looked again, it changed. It knows what we fear. It remembers the one who found it, and it's waiting for him. That testimony disappeared within 24 hours, but not before thousands of people had read it. From that moment, the myth of the archaeologist who vanished became more than a story. It became a symbol. To some, he was a martyr of truth. To others, a warning. But to those who whispered from within the hidden corridors of power, his discovery marked something far worse. A breach. A reminder that the past still watches, still breathes, and still punishes those who dare to uncover its forbidden heart. The legend of the lost video footage began as a rumor, a flicker of hope for those desperate to see proof that the archaeologist's discovery was real. For years, the only evidence of the excavation came from fragmented journal entries, vanished reports, and whispers from those who claimed to have seen what could not be unseen. But then, deep in the underworld of encrypted archives and anonymous servers, a single file surfaced. It was grainy, distorted, partially corrupted, but unmistakably authentic. Its metadata matched the time frame of the final days of the excavation. The file was labeled simply, Day 17, Sequence 4. It began with the archaeologist's voice, calm but strained, the way someone sounds when their mind is fraying at the edges of comprehension. His camera, handheld and flickering from heat distortion, showed the excavation pit illuminated by harsh halogen lamps. The artifact sat at the center, half covered with tarpaulin, pulsing faintly with internal light. Behind him, the wind howled across the dunes. "We've isolated the vibration pattern," he said, his voice trembling. "It's not natural. It's responding to us." For a few seconds, the footage showed him moving around the site, adjusting instruments, marking readings in a notebook. His tone alternated between excitement and exhaustion. "This is proof," he murmured. "It's aware." Then, the first anomaly appeared. The video's audio began to warp. Faint whispers in the background, overlapping, out of sync with any known language. The archaeologist froze, glancing over his shoulder. The whispers stopped instantly. The video flickered, and a single frame showed what appeared to be a shadow behind him, tall, elongated, and slightly translucent. He turned the camera toward the artifact. Its surface shimmered, and for a split second, the lens distorted as if space itself had been around it. The light from the lamp stretched unnaturally, curving toward the object like gravity was being manipulated. Then the archaeologist whispered something barely audible. "It's opening." The next minute of footage was chaos. Heavy breathing, shaking hands, and flashes of movement as the artifact began to emit a low-frequency hum. The camera's microphone couldn't handle the resonance, creating deep, pulsing static that made viewers' speakers vibrate even decades later. The sand around the artifact lifted in small ripples, forming perfect concentric rings. "It's reacting to me," he gasped. "Every time I move closer, it amplifies." The archaeologist placed his hand on the artifact again, the same act that had caused instruments to fail days before. This time, the camera captured something new. When his fingers made contact, light flared through the engraved spirals, illuminating symbols that had been invisible under normal light. They pulsed in rhythmic sequences, almost like coded communication. Then the archaeologist screamed, not in pain, but awe, as a luminous image flashed before the camera. It lasted only a second, but later analysts who frame by frame the video swore it showed an immense structure, metallic and ancient, rising out of an ocean of mist. Not Earth's landscape, but something otherworldly. The screen cut to black for 10 seconds, followed by a distorted frame of his face. His eyes looked different. Pupils dilated, expression vacant yet aware, as if something was looking out through him. He whispered, "It showed me everything." Then the feed cut abruptly. When the footage reappeared, it was daytime. The camera lay on the ground, half buried in sand, recording the archaeologist in the distance. He stood motionless before the excavation pit, staring down at the artifact. For nearly 5 minutes, he didn't move. The only sound was wind and the faint, rhythmic pulse from below. Then, in the final moments, he turned to face the camera and said something almost inaudible, words that researchers have spent years trying to decipher. Some claim, he said, it's not from here. Others insist it was, it's not for us. The file ended there. When the video first appeared online, it spread like wildfire through forbidden archaeology forums, quickly gaining tens of thousands of views. But within hours, it vanished. Every mirror link, every copy, every re-upload, gone. Accounts that shared it were suspended or deleted. Even offline versions were reported to have self-corrupted when reopened, as if the data itself had been infected. Some users reported their hard drive crashing entirely after attempting to download it. A few managed to preserve fragments. One researcher, who operated under the pseudonym Vortex9, claimed to have decoded hidden data in the video's corrupted audio track. Using a spectral analyzer, he found visual patterns resembling ancient cuneiform characters embedded in the sound frequencies. When translated phonetically, the message formed a chilling phrase: "The vault is not sealed." Shortly after publishing his findings, Vortex9's entire digital presence disappeared. His website redirected to a government cybercrime notice. His social media accounts were wiped clean. Colleagues who had spoken to him claimed he went into hiding after receiving an untraceable message that read, "Stop decoding." Another partial version of the footage surfaced years later on the dark web. This version included 6 extra seconds of imagery not seen before, an overexposed frame of the archaeologist standing inside what appeared to be a tunnel, its walls smooth and metallic, marked with the same spiraling designs. The artifact wasn't visible, but faint light patterns pulsed along the tunnel walls, synchronized with his movements. Experts in digital forensics later confirmed that this footage had not been edited or artificially generated. It was authentic. But no one could explain how the tunnel could exist in a site that was supposedly just sand and stone. To this day, no official organization acknowledges the footage. It's dismissed as viral hoax content, yet every attempt to trace its origin ends in a dead end. IP addresses routed through defunct satellites, timestamps that predate the archaeologist's known disappearance by several hours, and data compression methods far beyond what commercial cameras could produce at a time. The deeper analysts dig, the more impossible it becomes. For believers, the lost video footage is a smoking gun, the moment when the veil between history and myth was lifted, only to be forcibly shut again. For skeptics, it's a masterclass in fabrication, though even they admit the technical details defy conventional explanation. But for those who have seen it, truly seen it, not just read about it, the experience is unforgettable. Viewers report feeling disoriented, lightheaded, even haunted by recurring dreams of spirals, deserts, and deep underwater lights. Whatever the truth, one fact remains undeniable. Someone went to extraordinary lengths to ensure that the footage, the only direct record of the artifact in action, could never be publicly verified. Yet, like all suppressed knowledge, fragments survived, scattered across hidden networks and encrypted archives. And among those fragments, a single still frame endures. The archaeologist, standing before the glowing artifact, eyes wide with something between wonder and terror, whispering words that continue to echo through the underground halls of forbidden archaeology, it's awake. The footage had shaken the underground community, but for the few researchers who still dared to speak about it, it wasn't just a mystery of the video that haunted them. It was the implications behind it. If the artifact truly behaved as described, it meant something catastrophic for human history. We were not the first to possess technology of this magnitude. The archaeologist's discovery pointed to one of the most forbidden questions in science. What if civilization did not begin once, but many times? Ancient myths, geological anomalies, and impossible ruins scattered across the planet suddenly took on a new meaning. The idea of lost civilizations, long dismissed as pseudo-archaeology, began to feel less like fantasy and more like a forgotten reality. The deeper researchers looked, the more unsettling the pattern became. Remnants of advanced engineering buried beneath prehistory. Cities older than history itself. Technology where there should have been none. The archaeologists had stumbled upon a truth that others had only glimpsed in fragments. Take the ruins of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, for instance. 12,000 years old, built with precision-cut stone pillars and astronomical alignments, long before humanity was thought capable of agriculture or complex architecture. Or the Antikythera mechanism, a 2,000-year-old analog computer capable of predicting celestial movements with uncanny accuracy, found corroded in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece. Or the Pyrie Reis map, drawn in the 16th century, depicting coastlines of Antarctica free of ice. Something not possible unless its source material came from a civilization that existed tens of thousands of years ago. For centuries, mainstream archaeology had explained these anomalies as coincidences, misinterpretations, or the occasional stroke of genius from otherwise primitive societies. But what if they were not anomalies at all? What if they were echoes, scattered remnants of a forgotten world, technologically advanced and wiped away by cataclysm, leaving behind only myth? The archaeologists had long believed that human history followed a cyclical pattern. Civilizations rising, achieving extraordinary knowledge, and then vanishing under circumstances too immense to be recorded. He theorized that these cycles were not natural but engineered, guided by a higher intelligence that intervened when humanity strayed too close to rediscovering forbidden technology. The artifact, he believed, was a remnant from that lost age, perhaps even a warning from the last civilization that had fallen. In one of his recovered journal fragments, he wrote, "Our myths are not imagination. They are instruction manuals disguised as fables. They tell us what happens when we forget who we were." He wasn't alone in his thinking. Throughout the 20th and 21st centuries, fringe researchers had tried to piece together similar theories, often mocked, sometimes silenced. The works of people like Charles Hapgood, who proposed ancient maps of lost continents, Graham Hancock, who suggested that an advanced civilization predated the Ice Age, and even Nikola Tesla, who hinted that ancient people understood frequency and resonance in ways we still don't. All of them pointed toward a truth buried beneath the sands of time, and all of them have been dismissed by mainstream science. But now, with the discovery of the artifact, those forbidden ideas seem vindicated. The object's reaction to electromagnetic fields, its perfect mathematical engravings, and its resonance frequencies suggested knowledge far beyond what early humans were capable of. Some believed it was proof that the ancients had mastered energy manipulation, possibly even harnessing planetary or cosmic forces. The spirals carved into its surface were not mere decoration. They mirrored the natural patterns of energy fields, the geometry of creation itself. The archaeologist had made references to these ideas in his correspondence with colleagues before his disappearance. In one letter he wrote, "If this object is genuine, it rewrites not just human history, but human identity. We are not the apex of evolution. We are the survivors of something greater that came before." After the footage leaked, independent analysts began comparing the artifact's spiral patterns with those found in megalithic sites around the world, from Stonehenge to the pyramids of Giza, to the temples of Angkor Wat. The mathematical ratios matched perfectly. In each case, the monuments were aligned to solstices, equinoxes, or specific star systems, particularly the constellation Orion and the star Sirius, both of which appeared repeatedly in myths about those who descended from the sky. Was it coincidence that the same celestial markers appeared in monuments built thousands of years and thousands of miles apart? Or were they all referencing the same event, the arrival of an advanced intelligence that had once walked among humanity? Then came the revelation that shook even the skeptics. The artifact's resonance frequency, the hum that had been recorded at the dig site, matched the Earth's natural electromagnetic resonance, the Schumann resonance, a frequency that oscillates between 7, 8, and 8 hertz. It's the same frequency that governs human brain waves in meditative and dream states. The artifact, it seemed, wasn't just reacting to the Earth. It was synchronized with it. That discovery changed everything. If the artifact resonated with the Earth's frequency, it might have been a form of ancient technology designed to interact with the planet itself, a device that could manipulate energy, consciousness, or even time. In several of his journal notes, the archaeologist theorized that such artifacts were part of a global system, a network of power nodes buried in sacred sites, forming a grid that once connected the Earth's electromagnetic field. His writings hinted at a chilling possibility. The ancients didn't worship the gods. They maintained the machines. This theory connected the artifact to the concept of ancient power grids, the idea that the world's most mysterious monuments were not religious temples but energy conduits, channeling the Earth's natural frequencies. If true, then the object he found might be a control node, one piece of a vast system spanning the globe. But the true revelation came from a fragment of his final audio log, partially recovered from the corrupted files of his satellite transmitter. In it, his voice was distant, trembling, almost reverent. It's not technology in the way we understand it. It's organic, alive. It's as if thought itself is the energy source. They didn't build these things. They grew them. That single statement reframed the entire mystery. Could be that ancient civilizations possessed a symbiotic form of technology, one that fused biology, energy, and consciousness? A technology so advanced it appeared magical to us? If so, the artifact was a machine. It was a living relic, a seed from a civilization that understood reality on a level modern science could barely imagine. The implications were terrifying. If humanity had once reached that level of understanding, and if the legends of great floods, divine retribution, and celestial fire were true, then it meant our ancestors destroyed themselves, and the guardians of history had spent millennia ensuring we never remembered. The archaeologist's final writings end with a single haunting line, written in the margins of a page already smudged with dirt and sweat. The artifact isn't proof of what came before. It's a reminder of why they fell. In the days following the leak of the footage, the conversation surrounding the archaeologist's disappearance evolved from curiosity to unease. Independent researchers, historians, and even former intelligence officers began to weigh in, each offering their own interpretation. Yet, beneath all the speculation, one unsettling theme emerged again and again. Someone, somewhere, was making sure humanity stayed ignorant. The whispers of forbidden archaeology took on a new intensity. It was no longer about what was found beneath the sands. It was about who was making sure we never knew. Throughout modern history, knowledge has always been a double-edged sword. For every discovery that advanced civilization, there are countless others that vanished, classified, hidden, or destroyed. The archaeologist's disappearance was simply the most recent entry in a lineage of silence revelations. Every empire, every scientific institution, every world power had, at some point, acted as the gatekeeper of human understanding. The difference now was that the evidence was slipping through their fingers, bit by digital bit. It began with universities and funding bodies. Academics who dared to question mainstream timelines found their research grants revoked. Field permits were suddenly delayed indefinitely. Peer reviewers blacklisted their names. Whole departments quietly discouraged topics that touched on pre-catastrophic civilizations, labeling them pseudoscientific. A geologist from South America, who supported the archaeologist's theories about cyclical catastrophes, found her laboratory raided under accusations of data tampering. Her servers were seized, her reputation destroyed. She never worked in academia again. But these weren't isolated incidents. They were part of a systematic culture of suppression. The unspoken rule was simple. Anything that threatened the linear model of human evolution, the comfortable belief that civilization began 6,000 years ago and advanced steadily to the present, was to be discredited. It wasn't that the evidence didn't exist. It was that the custodians of knowledge had decided humanity wasn't ready to face it. This unspoken alliance between academia, corporate interests, and state power had existed for centuries. It wasn't necessarily malevolent, at least not in the beginning. It had started as preservation. The early scholars of the Enlightenment sought to separate myth from history, to bring logic to a world dominated by superstition. But somewhere along the line, the pendulum swung too far. In protecting humanity from chaos, they had also protected it from truth. And so, a global system emerged, a web of truth management. Hidden societies in the past became secret committees in the modern age. Where once monks guarded forbidden scrolls and sealed monasteries, now corporations controlled archaeological access through patents, private ownership, and corporate-sponsored excavations. Data that belonged to humanity was locked away behind non-disclosure agreements. Satellites that captured anomalies were classified under national security. When independent researchers uncovered evidence of prehistoric machinery, it was labeled as hoax material and erased from public archives. In one of his last recorded interviews, the archaeologist had spoken about this suppression with quiet defiance. They don't destroy the evidence. They bury it under paperwork and ridicule. They build walls of bureaucracy so high that the truth dies of exhaustion trying to climb them. That quote, rediscovered years later, would circulate among underground researchers as a kind of manifesto, a rallying cry for those who refused to accept the official story of history. Yet, there was another side to the suppression, one far more deliberate and organized. Multiple insiders from intelligence agencies began leaking hints of containment protocols. According to them, these were internal guidelines used to monitor and suppress anomalous archaeological discoveries. Each country had its own version, operating under different names, but all with the same goal: maintain control of the human timeline. If an artifact, ruin, or fossil contradicted the accepted evolutionary narrative, it was either reclassified as natural formation, seized for further study, or simply erased from existence. The most alarming leak came from a retired logistics officer who claimed that, over a decade, he had personally overseen the transport of non-standard cargo from excavation sites in Egypt, Peru, and Turkey to secure facilities in the U.S. and Europe. Each crate carried the same symbol, a spiral within a circle, eerily similar to the engravings on the artifact the archaeologist had discovered. When asked what he thought was inside, he replied simply, "Things that make the textbooks lie." By this point, even some mainstream scientists were beginning to question the wall of denial. They had seen the same anomalies. Ancient sites aligned with celestial precision, myths describing technologies centuries ahead of their time, tools carved from alloys that modern science could barely replicate. The evidence was too consistent to ignore. Yet, every time these findings approached public attention, debunking articles flooded the media, ridiculing the researchers, reframing the conversation, and restoring order. The archaeologist had written about this phenomenon in his private notes. Suppression is not silence. It's noise, endless noise. They drown the truth not by hiding it, but by flooding it with lies. The control went deeper than anyone realized. Even popular media played its part, relegating forbidden discoveries to the realm of fantasy and entertainment. Ancient technology became science fiction. Lost civilizations became conspiracy theories. In this way, truth was not erased. It was neutralized, hidden in plain sight under the label of fiction. Yet, the pattern was breaking. The digital age had made secrecy harder to maintain. The archaeologist's findings, fragments of his footage, notes, and data, kept resurfacing in unexpected corners of the internet. Each time authorities erased one copy, another appeared. It was as though the information itself refused to die. Like the artifact it described, it resonated, amplified with every attempt to suppress it. The whistleblower known as Orion summarized it best in his final message before disappearing. You can't unsee truth. You can only delay the moment when everyone else sees it too. Forbidden knowledge was no longer confined to dusty vaults or academic journals. It had evolved, spreading like a virus through encrypted networks, mirrored servers, and human curiosity. For every institution that tried to hide it, there were thousands of minds determined to find it. The more they erased, the louder the silence became. And yet, those who understood the full magnitude of this hidden war warned that suppression was not just about control, it was about protection. Some claimed that the artifacts, like the one the archaeologists unearthed, were not merely historical remnants but dangerous technologies capable of disrupting reality itself. The gatekeeper of history, they said, weren't evil. They were preventing catastrophe. But to others, that argument was the oldest lie in the book. Power always justified itself as protection. The archaeologist's disappearance, the vanished artifact, the institutional denial, it was all part of the same machine, the same long-standing mechanism that filtered truth from myth, knowledge from chaos. But this time, something was different. The artifact had awakened. It had called to those who sought it, and no system of control could silence what was already spreading through whispers, files, and dreams. As one anonymous researcher wrote on an encrypted forum devoted to the case, they can suppress facts, but they can't suppress resonance. The truth is a frequency, and it's starting to vibrate again. By the time the archaeologist's disappearance had become legend, linguists, cryptographers, and fringe scientists around the world had already begun dissecting the strange engravings that covered the artifact. What had first been dismissed as decorative carvings or meaningless spirals now appeared to follow a logic, one that blended mathematics, sound, and language into a system no one could fully decode. The deeper they studied it, the clearer it became that the artifact didn't just contain writing. It was writing, A message carved not for the eyes, but for the mind itself. The first to notice the anomaly was Dr. Maeva Lorenz, a linguistic anthropologist who had previously collaborated with the archaeologist before his disappearance. She received a set of low-resolution scans of the artifact surface, illegally, through an encrypted transfer from a colleague who had borrowed them from a secure archive. Though incomplete, the images revealed that the symbols were arranged not randomly, but with a strict internal symmetry. When she traced them digitally, she discovered that the spacing of each symbol corresponded to harmonic intervals, the same ratios used in ancient music theory and sacred geometry. It was as if the engravings were meant to be read not as words, but as frequencies. Her findings were startling. The language, she said in a private interview years later, was built on resonance. Every symbol corresponded to a tone, and when the tones were played in sequence, they formed coherent wave patterns. It wasn't just communication, it was construction. These inscriptions build reality the way we build sentences. Other researchers who examined the scans confirmed that the patterns resembled Proto-Sumerian and Linear A scripts, yet neither culture could have produced something so mathematically advanced. The artifact seemed to combine linguistic syntax with geometric logic. Each curve and line obeyed ratios found in both ancient temples and the DNA double helix. The more the linguists analyzed it, the more it began to feel less like language and more like code, an interdimensional operating system etched into metal. One of the strangest aspects of the symbols was their apparent ability to shift. Under infrared imaging, the markings displayed faint luminescent halos that subtly changed shape over time, as though the symbols were responding to observation. Multiple scans taken hours apart showed microscopic variations in curvature, too small for the naked eye to perceive, but consistent across all images. Dr. Lorenz proposed that the artifact's language wasn't static at all. It evolved. It adapted to whoever was attempting to read it. This theory was met with ridicule, yet it aligned disturbingly well with the archaeologist's final journal entries. He had written of letters that move when you stop looking, of symbols that remember you. He believed the artifact was sentient in some sense, that its language acted as a bridge between human consciousness and something far older, something that understood thought as structure. When Dr. Lorenz attempted to recreate the pattern digitally, she made an unexpected discovery. Using software that converted geometric shapes into sound waves, she played the first sequence of symbols as audio frequencies. The sound that emerged was eerily familiar, a low, rhythmic pulse nearly identical to the hum recorded at the excavation site before the archaeologist vanished. That moment changed everything. The writing wasn't meant to be read. It was meant to be heard. Over following weeks, her team conducted a series of controlled tests, broadcasting the sound patterns through different materials. The results were inexplicable. Sand on a vibrating metal plate arranged itself into intricate geometric designs, the same design seen carved into the artifact. Water formed symmetrical ripples. Even magnetic particles aligned into perfect spirals. The artifact's language, it seemed, was a form of sonic architecture, a system that used vibration to shape matter. When word of these experiments leaked, government representatives visited her laboratory, requesting access to her data for peer verification. Within a week, her servers were confiscated, and she was issued a non-disclosure order. In her final interview before retreating from public life, she said only one thing: the artifact doesn't just speak, it instructs. Whoever left it behind knew how to talk to creation itself. But the linguistic mystery didn't stop there. Scholars began comparing her findings to ancient myths describing divine languages, the Vak of the Vedas, the Word of the Book of Genesis, the Egyptian Hu, and the Sumerian Me. Each myth told a primal sound used by the gods to manifest reality. The archaeologist himself had hinted at this connection, suggesting that the artifact might have been designed to interact with consciousness through vibrational harmonics. In essence, it was a tool for creation or destruction. A declassified memo later surfaced, originating from a private research group contracted by a defense agency. The memo discussed cognitive resonance linguistics, describing how the artifact inscriptions produced measurable changes in human neural activity. Volunteers exposed to the decoded sound frequencies exhibited altered brainwave patterns, entering states similar to deep meditation or trance. Some reported vivid visions, cities of light, beings made of energy, and symbols burning behind their eyelids. A few experienced uncontrollable emotional responses, fear, awe, euphoria, sometimes all at once. The researchers concluded that the artifact's language bypassed rational comprehension and spoke directly to the subconscious. Another theory proposed that the symbols were not linguistic at all, but mnemonic, encoded memory structures capable of storing vast information in nonlinear form. This would mean the artifact wasn't just communicating, it was remembering. The patterns might represent entire epics of lost knowledge compressed into form, waiting for a mind capable of decoding them. If that was true, the archaeologist's obsession with the artifact made terrible sense. He hadn't gone mad. He had become the vessel for its message. The shifting symbols, the auditory hallucinations, the dreams of ancient cities. They were all attempts by the artifact to transfer information. It wasn't haunting him. It was teaching him. This interpretation gained traction after another leak. Fragments, a classified report allegedly written by a cognitive scientist who studied the artifact post-recovery. The document described a strange phenomenon that occurred when the object was exposed to human brainwave frequencies. The engravings reorganized themselves to mirror the viewer's neural pathways. It read, "The artifact maps consciousness. It learns who is looking at it." The implications were staggering. If true, the artifact might contain a form of universal language, one capable of communicating not through words, but through awareness itself. The archaeologist had been the first human in millennia to understand it, even if only for a moment. His disappearance, then, might not have been an abduction or a silencing at all. It might have been an initiation. By the time scholars connected the dots, it was too late. Dr. Lorenz vanished during a conference in Lisbon. Her hotel room was found empty except for her laptop, its screen glowing with a single phrase typed repeatedly. It's rewriting itself. Those who've seen the scans of the artifact say that new symbols appear on its surface every few years, symbols resembling none of the originals. Some believe they represent a countdown. Others think they're messages waiting for the next mind to interpret them. But one theory stands above them all, that the artifact's language was never meant to be translated by us. It was left behind as a test, to see if humanity, in its arrogance, would once again attempt to read the language of the gods. The testing had gone as far as numbers and readings could go. The scientists assigned to the artifact wanted to measure the way they measured everything else in the world, weight, temperature, magnetism, but the thing kept giving back contradictions. They began calling the invisible field that surrounded it the resonance. The name stuck. At first, the resonance seemed harmless. Instruments placed within a few meters of the artifact registered faint rhythmic pulses at intervals of 12.6 hertz. The pattern didn't match seismic activity, electromagnetic interference, or any known background radiation. It was, as one physicist wrote in his report, a frequency without a source. When they shut off all power to the lab, the rhythm continued. Then the effects began. Clocks drifted out of sync. Computers froze. Voices echoed strangely in the room, as if sound were bending around unseen edges. The artifact responded to movement. It vibrated when people approached and grew still when they stepped back. A young technician joked that it was shy. A week later, he refused to enter the chamber again, saying that when he got too close he felt as though something inside me was vibrating back. To understand it, the scientists built a controlled chamber lined with lead and copper. Inside, they placed the artifact on an insulated platform and surrounded it with detectors, magnetic coils, oscilloscopes, and thermal cameras. They played sound frequencies through speakers, watching for reactions. At 432 hertz, a tone long associated with harmonic resonance, the artifact began to hum in perfect synchrony, amplifying the sound until the walls themselves trembled. The experimenters had to cut the power to stop it. When they analyzed the data, they found something even stranger. During the resonance event, the electromagnetic field inside the chamber spiked in a fractal pattern, a repeating geometry that matched the spirals engraved on the artifact's surface. It was as though the object was translating sound into geometry, shaping invisible energy into ordered form. A second team tried to repeat the results, but encountered something the first group hadn't. As they increased the frequency, the temperature in the chamber dropped suddenly, falling below freezing despite the generators pumping out heat. Their breath condensed in the air, forming spirals of vapor. The artifact's hum shifted into a deep bass tone that was felt more than heard. Lights flickered, and for a moment, the entire facility experienced a localized blackout. When power returned, one of the monitors displayed data from sensors that hadn't been connected at all. The reading spelled out a sequence of numbers, repeated over and over. 3-1-4-1-5-9. Pi. It was as if the artifact had responded with a message in the universal language of mathematics. After that, the experiments were conducted only under strict supervision. Armed guards were stationed outside the chamber. The lead physicist wrote in his notes, "This isn't energy as we understand it. It's informational resonance, a bridge between physical vibration and consciousness. The field interacts with thought." He wasn't exaggerating. Over time, researchers began to experience psychological effects, vivid dreams, disorientation, and déjà vu. One woman reported seeing geometric patterns when she closed her eyes, shapes identical to those on the artifact. Another claimed to hear whispers in the static of the laboratory speakers, voices repeating fragments of her own thoughts a few seconds before she spoke them. To test whether the phenomenon was psychological or real, the team performed an unprecedented experiment. They exposed the artifact to an electromagnetic field modulated by recorded human brainwaves, essentially a digital translation of thought. When they did, the artifact emitted a sharp pulse of light and sound, short-circuiting the entire system. When the lights returned, the detectors registered a brief but undeniable gravitational fluctuation, so small it barely registered, yet impossible to fake. Something inside the chamber had distorted space itself. The scientists called this event the field effect. Afterward, none of the team members could account for the missing 11 minutes between the shutdown and their return to consciousness. Cameras in the lab had frozen at the moment of the pulse, and when they resumed, several objects in the room were displaced by a few centimeters. The artifact itself, however, had not moved. Word of the experiment leaked briefly through an internal email that was quickly recalled. The message contained a single unsettling line from the lead physicist. "The field remembers." Within weeks, the entire research group was reassigned, and the project's existence was classified under a different name. Outside the facility, strange coincidences began to occur. Several staff members experienced identical dreams, vast chambers of light beneath the earth, humming in resonance with one another, forming a network around the globe. One researcher began compulsively sketching spirals in her notebook, each matching the coordinates of ancient megalithic sites. Another started hearing tones in everyday noise, train brakes, buzzing lights, even the wind, that perfectly matched the artifact's frequencies. A debriefing committee later concluded that the artifact produced a low-level electromagnetic influence capable of inducing shared perceptual distortions. But privately, a few of the scientists disagreed. They believed the artifact wasn't causing hallucinations. It was revealing them. It's as if, one wrote, "There's an invisible pattern in everything, and when you're near it, you start to perceive it." When the reports reached higher levels of government oversight, the decision was made to halt further testing. But before the lab was shut down, one final reading was taken. Using ultra-sensitive gravimeters, they recorded the artifact's resonance at a magnitude that correlated perfectly with fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field. For the briefest moment, it seemed to be in perfect synchronization with the planet itself, as though the Earth and the artifact were part of the same system. No one could explain it, and soon after, the data vanished from official archives. Rumor has it that a few fragments of the recording survived, passed between private researchers and underground labs. Those who have listened to them say the sound is strangely beautiful, a harmonic vibration that evokes a deep emotional response, like nostalgia for something humanity has forgotten. Some claim prolonged exposure induces visions of luminous structures under the ocean, or distant stars connected by waves of energy. Others refuse to listen at all. They say the resonance isn't just a sound, it's a key, and once you hear it, it starts to tune you. In the end, it wasn't data or video or rumor that haunted the people who had known him. It was his final message. A single transmission, recorded late one night, hours before he vanished without a trace. The archaeologists had left behind hundreds of pages of notes, sketches, and voice memos, but this one message stood apart from everything else. It wasn't filed among his journals or saved to his equipment. It was found weeks later, hidden on a backup drive buried beneath a loose floorboard in his tent. The file was labeled with just one word, final. When investigators played it, the first thing they heard was breathing, uneven, strained, like a man speaking under pressure. Then came his voice, low and fragmented. If anyone hears this, you have to listen carefully. It's not what we thought it was. The artifact, it isn't an object. It's a threshold. He pauses. Wind rattles the tent canvas. I know how this sounds. I thought it was a metal machine tool, but it's alive in a way we don't understand. It doesn't just react to observation. It learns from it. Every time we test it, it adapts. It's showing me things, memories that aren't mine. His tone shifts, half wonder, half fear. They're not visions. They're transmissions. I think it's trying to teach me, or to remember itself through me. The next few minutes are muffled. Static grows, like distant thunder, then clears again. I can hear it now, he says. Not with my ears, but inside my head. A low vibration, like a thought that isn't mine, but feels familiar. It's telling me that it's not the first. There are others, all connected, all waiting. We mistaken silence for absence. The earth is full of these things, sleeping, remembering. At one point, his voice trembles, the rhythm breaking apart. They'll come for it. They always do. Maybe they already have. But if they take it, they'll never understand what it really is. They'll think they can control it, study it, weaponize it. But this thing, this consciousness, it doesn't belong to anyone. It is the memory of everything that came before us. Then comes a moment that chills even hardened skeptics. The archaeologist suddenly stops talking. For nearly 40 seconds, there's only silence. Then a faint sound like a deep hum rising from the background. It's not mechanical. It's rhythmic, alive. When the hum peaks, his voice returns, distorted, overlapping with itself, as though two versions of him are speaking at once. One calm, the other terrified. I see it now. I see the cities under the dust. I see light frozen in stone. They used it to move the world itself. And then they fell. The final line is almost a whisper. It's remembering through us, and it's waking up. The recording ends abruptly, replaced by a burst of static that analysts later described as containing frequencies far beyond human hearing, patterns that repeated in mathematical precision. Some experts speculated that the hum carried data, perhaps even a coded message. When the audio was visualized through a spectrogram, it revealed faint geometric shapes, spirals, interlocking rings, and a central point surrounded by 6 smaller nodes, an exact match to the carvings on the artifact. That single discovery reignited the debate. Was this proof that the archaeologists had made contact with something conscious, something ancient, or had he simply succumbed to exhaustion and hallucination? The academic community, bound by skepticism and fear of ridicule, chose silence. The file was quietly locked away. Yet somehow a copy escaped. Within months, the recording spread through encrypted forums, spawning endless analysis. Those who listened to it claimed strange side effects. Headaches, vivid dreams. One listener described hearing whispers when a hum played, voices calling their name in a language they didn't know. Another claimed to have seen the archaeologist in their dream, standing on a vast plain beneath a sky filled with spiraling light, repeating the same words. It remembers. A handful of neuroscientists who privately analyzed the recording noticed something unnerving. Brainwave patterns of people exposed to the sound began to synchronize, aligning at low alpha and theta frequencies, the same states associated with meditation, trance, and altered consciousness. One of them concluded, in a confidential paper later leaked online, that the audio contained structured harmonic resonance capable of inducing collective neural entrainment. In simpler terms, the recording made different minds resonate together. That idea terrified those in power. The file was scrubbed from public servers, classified under cybersecurity protocols, and officially labeled as psychologically hazardous content. But by then it was too late. Copies had spread. The hum was everywhere. remixed into music, slowed into ambient tracks, hidden in digital soundscapes. People were listening without knowing it. The artifact's frequency had entered the global consciousness, disguised as noise. Some dismissed all of it as a hoax. Others insisted it was real, proof that the archaeologist had activated something that could never again be contained. A few even believed that his message was part of a larger plan, that his disappearance wasn't forced but chosen. They pointed to one cryptic detail, the timestamp on the final file. It was recorded exactly 9 minutes after his last known contact with his team, and exactly 9 hours before the first appearance of the shadow visitors. Those who studied his words closely noticed something else, a pattern. The archaeologist had used specific phrasing that matched Sumerian hymns describing the voice of the stones. The repetition of phrases like "it remembers," "it learns," and "it teaches through resonance" aligned with translations of texts that describe divine artifacts capable of transmitting knowledge directly into the human soul. If this was coincidence, it was an extraordinary one. If not, it meant that the archaeologist had experienced something the ancients once knew and feared, a direct encounter with a form of consciousness that used sound and geometry to bridge mind and matter. In his absence, that recording became his last legacy. For believers, it was the proof they needed, the first message ever received from a forgotten intelligence that predated humanity. For skeptics, it was a tragic evidence of a brilliant mind collapsing under pressure. But for those who had truly listened, those who had let the hum seep into their dreams, it was something else entirely. A warning, a key, a voice echoing from the depths of time, whispering through static and silence the same message the archaeologists tried to leave behind. The artifact was never buried. We were. The weeks after the archaeologist's disappearance were a blur of conflicting reports, misinformation, and quiet terror among those who had been closest to him. Authorities declared him missing under extreme conditions, and the world quickly moved on, but those who knew him best never accepted that ending. They believed he hadn't simply vanished. They believed he was running. It began with a strange series of events that unfolded thousands of miles from the original dig site. In a remote border town nestled between two desert nations, a traveler was seen matching his description. Thin, sunburnt, and disoriented, carrying nothing but a leather satchel and a half-broken satellite phone. The locals described him as nervous, constantly glancing over his shoulder, muttering about frequencies and patterns in the stars. He stayed one night at a rundown roadside inn, paid in US dollars, and vanished again before dawn. The innkeeper recalled that he had spent the evening sitting in silence, staring at the static on a small television, as if listening to something only he could hear. When asked later what he remembered most, the man replied, his eyes. He looked like someone who had seen too much, like someone who wasn't sure what world he was still in. From that point, a trail of scattered clues began to emerge. Border security logs showed fragments of data suggesting someone using his passport number attempted to cross into neighboring territory, but was denied due to identity inconsistencies. Surveillance footage from the checkpoint had been mysteriously erased, not deleted, but corrupted beyond recovery. Days later, a woman working in a nearby post office claimed to have received a sealed envelope with no return address, written in his handwriting. Inside were 2 items, a torn piece of notebook paper covered in complex geometric sketches, and a small flash drive labeled K329, the same code name for the original excavation site. The drive's contents were encrypted, but the file names alone were chilling: resonance_map_final, signal_shift, and not_relic. Before anyone could analyze it, the drive disappeared during a break-in at the journalist's office who had obtained it. Nothing else was taken. Then came the letters, coded, fragmented communications that began circulating among underground researchers who had followed the case since the beginning. They were written in what appeared to be ciphered text, but when decoded using frequency-based decryption software, they revealed short, haunting messages. It's awake. They move it again, wrong frequency. It's responding to locations, not people. The pattern repeats every 216 days. The final letter ended with a phrase underlined 3 times. I didn't run from it. I ran to finish what it started. Some believe these letters were forgeries, crafted by opportunists seeking to profit from the myth. But those who had studied his handwriting, syntax, and linguistic quirks were convinced of their authenticity. The phrasing, the punctuation, even the errors, all match his known writing style perfectly. Rumors began to spread that he had fled across the border not to escape danger, but to protect something, a fragment of the artifact, or perhaps a piece of its casing. Several witnesses claimed to have seen him carrying a small object wrapped tightly in cloth, glowing faintly beneath the fabric. A local shepherd told investigators that he saw a light in the desert days later. Not a fire or vehicle, but a hovering sphere that pulsed softly before shooting straight into the night sky. There were also reports of encrypted radio signals detected in the area around the same time. Amateur radio enthusiasts described short bursts of coded tones, arranged in rhythmic patterns eerily similar to the resonance frequencies recorded from the artifact. One operator claimed that when he slowed the playback down to 1/8 speed, he could hear faint human speech layered beneath the tones. The voice, he said, sounded like the archaeologist. The message repeated over and over. It remembers. Meanwhile, the few surviving members of his expedition began to receive untraceable emails. Single sentences, always signed with his initials. Don't trust them. The vault isn't where we thought. If you find the second one, leave it buried. Each message was sent from different IP addresses across multiple continents, as if routed through countless layers of encryption. The linguist who had once been his closest confidant described these messages as both comforting and terrifying. It felt like he was still out there, she said, but also like he wasn't entirely human anymore. There was one final clue, one that remains the most debated piece of evidence in the entire mystery. 6 months after his disappearance, a drone pilot conducting a routine survey of an uninhabited desert valley captured thermal imagery showing a humanoid figure walking along a ridge at dawn. The figure paused, raised its arm toward the rising sun, and vanished from frame, not by running, but by fading pixel by pixel until nothing remained. The thermal data showed no heat signature at the moment of disappearance. Experts dismissed it as digital artifacting, a glitch caused by atmospheric interference. Others weren't so sure. If he had survived, where was he going? And what was he trying to do? A growing faction within the underground research community began to believe that the archaeologists had discovered something even more profound than the artifact itself, a network of resonance nodes scattered across the planet, hidden in ancient sites and natural formations. His letters hinted at coordinates that, when mapped, formed geometric alignments connecting Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid, Machu Picchu, and other ancient structures. The implication was staggering. The artifact wasn't unique. It was one of many, according to this theory. He fled because he realized that activating one artifact could trigger the others. His disappearance wasn't escape. It was containment. He was trying to stop something that humanity wasn't prepared to face. The coded phrase, "the pattern repeats every 216 days," was interpreted as a countdown, possibly referencing cyclical energy fluctuations tied to Earth's geomagnetic field. And yet, the most haunting piece of this puzzle came from an intercepted audio transmission picked up by a weather satellite in orbit. The signal lasted only 31 seconds and contained a faint human voice layered beneath static. After enhancement, the voice was unmistakably his. Weary but resolute. "I've seen where the others are buried," he said. "They're not artifacts. They're anchors. They hold reality together. And one of them is starting to move." The transmission cut off there. No one knows if it was a warning, a confession, or a goodbye. To this day, no trace of the archaeologist has ever been found. But every 216 days, like clockwork, a faint electromagnetic pulse is detected in that same region of desert, repeating at the same frequency as the artifact's hum. The world forgot him. The institutions erased him. But those who still listen, those who still watch the stars for patterns and the sand for signs, believe he's still out there, moving between the lines of history and myth, carrying the last fragment of a truth too dangerous to reveal. And perhaps, somewhere in the vast silence of the desert night, when the wind dies and the earth hums its low eternal tone, he still whispers the same words that began it all. It's not a relic. It's a warning. In the years that followed the archaeologist's disappearance and the cryptic reemergence of those letters, a new theory began to circulate through fragmented networks of researchers, whistleblowers, and clandestine forums devoted to forbidden archaeology. It was called the double agent theory, and it sought to explain what so many had refused to consider, that the archaeologist had not been a lone explorer defying powerful institutions. He had been working with them all along. The idea surfaced first in an anonymous report published on a deep website known for leaking suppressed government documents. The report alleged that before his expedition, the archaeologist had been approached by a covert division operating under the guise of an academic foundation. The division's name was redacted, replaced only with the initials SDR, which supposedly stood for Strategic Disclosure and Recovery. Their mission, according to the report, was to locate, retrieve, and contain anomalous artifacts discovered in archaeological contexts worldwide, objects that defied scientific categorization, much like the one he unearthed. The archaeologist, the document claimed, had been recruited under the pretense of funding his research into pre-dynastic cultures. What he didn't realize, or perhaps realized too late, was that the Foundation's real purpose wasn't to study history, but to control it. Their funding had strings attached, and once he accepted, he was already entangled in an invisible network of watchers, handlers, and operatives. Some claimed this was why he was granted such unrestricted access to the remote dig site in the first place. Normally, such an excavation would have required extensive permits, coordination with local governments, and oversight by cultural ministries. Yet, in his case, everything had been expedited, approved in record time. His equipment had arrived mysteriously pre-insured. His transport was arranged by unnamed intermediaries. Even the coordinates for the supposed virgin dig site had been provided to him by a source he never publicly identified. At first, it seemed like luck or fate, but those who later studied the details saw something else: orchestration. The double agent theory suggested that the archaeologist's mission was never about discovery, but recovery. He was meant to locate something already known to exist, the artifact that intelligence agencies have been tracking for decades. His role was to retrieve it under the guise of academic exploration, ensuring plausible deniability for the organizations behind him. But something went wrong. According to leaked fragments of correspondence allegedly recovered from a confiscated laptop belonging to one of the sponsors, the archaeologist began deviating from his original objectives. He stopped sending progress updates, ignored directives, and refused to turn over preliminary data. The emails became increasingly urgent, filled with veiled threats about breach of protocol and containment risk. One particularly ominous line read, "If he's activated, extraction will be necessary." Extraction. That word appeared repeatedly in the files. Never rescue, never retrieval. It implied that what had been unleashed at the site was beyond simple control. If the theory was true, then his disappearance wasn't a kidnapping at all. It was a cleanup. Still, others proposed a darker twist. They argued that the archaeologist had never truly betrayed his employers, that his disappearance was part of the plan. According to these theorists, he was part of a controlled release of information designed to test public reaction. The leaked footage, the mysterious documents, even the journal fragments, all of it was staged to gauge how far the truth could spread before being contained again. If humanity wasn't ready, the information would be quietly buried. If it reached a certain threshold of belief, the next phase of disclosure could begin. In this scenario, the archaeologist wasn't a victim or a rebel. He was a messenger, a controlled asset caught between truth and manipulation. Evidence supporting this came from inconsistencies in the timing of the events. The footage of the artifact's activation, supposedly filmed during his final days, was recorded with a camera model released months after his disappearance. Likewise, the encrypted files that surfaced later contained metadata referencing a server associated with defense contractors specializing in psychological operations. Coincidence? Or proof of orchestration? Then there were the people who claimed to have met him after his alleged death. In 2013, a British journalist investigating black-budget archaeological projects in the Middle East received an unmarked envelope containing GPS coordinates and a single phrase, "History is a weapon." When she followed the coordinates, they led to a small cafe in southern Morocco. There, According to her own later testimony, she met a man who introduced himself as Michael, but spoke with the exact cadence, accent, and mannerisms of the missing archaeologist. He carried a worn satchel and wore a pendant identical to the one seen in photos of him before the expedition. The man refused to be photographed, but left her with a flash drive containing an encrypted text file. When decrypted, it revealed a list of names, dozens of scientists, historians, and military officers from around the world, all connected through one common thread. Each had been involved in an excavation that uncovered something anomalous, something forbidden. Within weeks of her returning home, the journalist was killed in a car accident that investigators described as unusual but not suspicious. The file was never recovered. If the double agent theory was true, it explained everything. The expedited permits, the rapid suppression of information, the erasure of his academic record. It suggested that he had been part of a much larger system, a centuries-old network that monitored, collected, and had knowledge deemed too destabilizing for the public. His disappearance, then, was not an ending, but a transition, the moment when he crossed from researcher to operative, from whistleblower to warden of the very secrets he had once tried to reveal. A leaked excerpt for what was reported to be his final communication with an unnamed handler reads, "The artifact doesn't belong to us. It never did. I understand now why it's hidden, but understanding doesn't erase guilt. If I keep running, it will find me. If I stay, they will. Either way, the resonance wins." The message ended with a code sequence, one that, when decoded years later by cyber sleuths, formed a single word repeated endlessly: divide. Some interpret that as his final act of rebellion, a command to scatter the truth across the world, beyond the reach of those who hoard it. Others see it as resignation, an acknowledgement that humanity itself is divided between those who know and those who never will. Whatever the truth, one thing remains undeniable. The archaeologist's story did not end at the dig site. Whether he was silenced, recruited, or transformed into something beyond human comprehension, his actions expose the existence of a hidden structure, a machine of secrecy that has shaped history from the shadows. And if the whispers are to be believed, that machine is still running, still collecting, and still waiting for its most valuable operative to return. Because somewhere beneath layers of silence and deception, a voice still echoes through encrypted frequencies and buried transmissions. The archaeologist's voice, repeating in tones too low for human ears. The truth isn't lost. It's managed. The disappearance had transformed from tragedy to mythology, and by the time a decade had passed, what began as one man's obsession had fractured into countless interpretations. Governments denied it, academia ignored it, and the public, hungry for meaning, filled the silence with speculation. Out of that vacuum, something new emerged, the resonance movement. It began quietly. A few scattered researchers, independent thinkers, and digital archaeologists gathered in hidden online communities to decode what they believed the archaeologists had left behind. They exchanged fragments of audio, encrypted letters, and geometric diagrams said to match ancient temple layouts. They called themselves resonance. What started as curiosity evolved into a belief system, part science, part mysticism, and part rebellion against the gatekeepers of history. At first, the movement existed in the digital shadows, message boards, dark web archives, encrypted groups. But within a few years, strange symbols began to appear in the real world. Spirals painted under bridges, circles carved into stone outcroppings near ancient ruins, flyers with the phrase, "It remembers," left on university bulletin boards. The resonance claimed they were not a cult, but a collective of seekers dedicated to rediscovering humanity's true origins. Their philosophy revolved around a single tenet, that consciousness and the earth itself were intertwined through frequency, and that the artifact the archaeologists had found was a key to unlocking that forgotten connection. Their manifestos quoted his journals directly, lines that had leaked in pieces over the years. The gods were frequencies. Memory is vibration. History is interference. When the planet hums, so do we. At first, the world laughed. Journalists dismissed them as techno-mystics chasing the ghost of a dead scientist. But then came the incidents. A team of resonance claimed to have replicated the artifact's frequency using makeshift equipment, copper wiring, oscillators, and quartz. Their experiment took place in an abandoned radio observatory. Eyewitnesses described a low hum that grew so intense it caused nearby metal objects to vibrate. Power grids within a 2-mile radius failed. When emergency crews arrived, the equipment was destroyed and one of the experimenters was missing. Those who remained refused to speak, only muttering, "We opened the field." Similar reports began surfacing globally. Mass power outages near sacred sites, unexplained harmonic disturbances recorded by seismographs, compass malfunctions near megalithic monuments. One particularly eerie case involved a resonant gathering in the Peruvian highlands. Dozens of participants claimed to have heard a singing in the sky, a tone so low it was felt in their bones. Satellite data from that same night registered an anomalous electromagnetic pulse, centered exactly on their coordinates. Authorities began cracking down. Members were arrested for trespassing at restricted sites, for vandalism, for illegal experiments involving high-frequency equipment. But suppression only amplified their reach. For every cell dismantled, 3 more formed online, spreading the message that the resonance was awakening. As time passed, the movement splintered. Some branches believed the resonance was benevolent, a signal from forgotten civilization trying to reawaken humanity's higher consciousness. Others saw it as a countdown, a warning encoded in vibration, heralding a coming collapse. They began preaching about the cycle, a repeating event that wiped advanced civilizations from existence once they reached a certain level of awareness. To them, the artifact was both proof and prophecy. The schisms grew violent. Radical resonance began targeting institutions they believed were custodians of the lie, museums, universities, and data centers. In one infamous event, a group broke into a private geological lab that housed ancient magnetic core samples and attempted to realign them using sonic generators. The experiment triggered an explosion that leveled the facility. Authorities called it terrorism. The resonance called it recalibration. Amid the chaos, one rumor spread like wildfire that a hidden manuscript written by the archaeologist himself, the Resonance Codex, had surfaced. Supposedly, it contained instructions on how to tune the human mind to the frequency of the artifact, enabling direct communication with it. Though the existence of the codex was never verified, its supposed excerpts began circulating online. Diagrams of waveforms, coordinates of ancient sites, and cryptic phrases such as "the hum will guide the worthy." Those who studied the codex noticed something unsettling. Many of its coordinates corresponded to locations where natural disasters had recently occurred: earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, oceanic anomalies. Scientists dismissed the connection as coincidence, but residents saw them as proof that the Earth itself was responding, that the anchors, as the archaeologists had once called them, were beginning to destabilize. Meanwhile, governments grew increasingly concerned. Unofficial task forces were assembled to monitor online groups and intercept communications referencing frequency synchronization. Reports circulated a classified research into resonance-based technologies, weaponization through sound. Leaked documents revealed experiments involving ELF, extremely low frequency, emissions capable of altering mood and cognition. Whether inspired by or meant to counter the resonance phenomenon, no one could say. Then, during the winter solstice of 2023, something happened that even the skeptics couldn't ignore. Across multiple continents, in areas separated by thousands of miles, sensors registered identical low-frequency pulses, lasting exactly 13 minutes. The readings matched the resonance pattern of the artifact, recorded years earlier. No natural explanation fit. The global networks monitoring seismic and electromagnetic activity all showed the same anomaly, synchronized to the second. The resonance called it the awakening. In the following weeks, people around the world reported vivid dreams, spirals of light, vast submerged cities, and an endless tone that grew louder the closer they got to waking. Online forums flooded with testimonies from people who had never heard of the archaeologist, all describing the same images. Psychologists blamed mass hysteria amplified by social media. But there was one detail they couldn't explain. In every case, those affected began drawing the same symbol in their sleep, the spiral inside a circle, the mark of the artifact. By then, the movement had transcended belief. It had become a phenomenon. Artists, engineers, scientists, and even former skeptics began joining, seeing in the resonance not a religion, but a universal language that connected everything. They called themselves harmonics, arguing that the archaeologists hadn't discovered something alien at all, but something fundamentally human, the lost frequency of consciousness. Still, not everyone viewed it with hope. Deep in undisclosed laboratories, the same institutions that had once erased the archaeologists' work were now running simulations. They had mapped the global pulse, and what they found was terrifying. The resonance pattern wasn't random. It was converging. Every reading, every anomaly, every disturbance seemed to point toward a single future alignment, a date less than a decade away. Whatever the artifact had awakened, it was growing stronger. And as the frequencies across the world continued to harmonize, one chilling possibility began to emerge among those studying it. That the archaeologist hadn't vanished at all. He had merged with the resonance, merged with the memory. And somewhere beneath the noise of the world, a frequency waits to complete its cycle. Not to be discovered this time, but to return. By the time the resonance movement reached its peak, the line between science and prophecy had nearly disappeared. The archaeologist's story, once dismissed as a cautionary tale of a man driven mad by obsession, had evolved into something larger, more dangerous. Governments called it mass delusion. Psychologists labeled it collective cognitive entrainment. But to the growing millions who claimed to have heard the hum, it was the beginning of humanity's awakening. The world had changed in subtle, unsettling ways. The hum, once confined to obscure recordings and whispered myths, had become a global phenomenon. Seismographs began detecting faint rhythmic vibrations that defied explanation, synchronized across continents. Radio operators picked up bursts of low-frequency noise, repeating at exact harmonic intervals. Even satellite telemetry began showing periodic fluctuations in Earth's electromagnetic field, perfectly matching the resonance signature first recorded at the archaeologists' dig site years earlier. Governments tried to keep the anomalies quiet, but it was impossible to suppress what could be felt. Cities across the world reported nights where the air itself seemed to vibrate, faintly, almost imperceptibly, like the sound of something enormous stirring deep beneath the earth. Animals became restless during these nights. Birds migrated off schedule, whales beached themselves in record numbers, and flocks of crows gathered in geometric patterns. Scientists offered every explanation except the obvious one. Something was resonating with the planet. While institutions scrambled to maintain control, the resonance, now rebranded simply as a harmonic network, flourished. They claimed to have deciphered a portion of the resonance codex, the rumored manuscript attributed to the missing archaeologist. According to their interpretation, the artifact was not a singular relic, but part of a planetary circuit designed to stabilize or amplify frequencies of consciousness. Humanity, they believed, had fallen out of alignment with this natural resonance, and the growing hum was the Earth's attempt to bring itself and us back into tune. Across the globe, harmonic temples began appearing. Circular structures built from quartz, copper, and basalt. They weren't places of worship, but of synchronization. Participants gathered in silence, surrounding massive tuning, devices designed to mimic the artifact's vibrational frequency. Reports of shared visions from these gatherings flooded the internet. Luminous figures of light, floating cities, and a symbol, always the same one, the spiral within the circle. It was easy to dismiss them as cultists until the first synchronization event. In a remote valley in Patagonia, a group of 117 participants gathered for a midnight experiment. Using frequency generators and mathematical sequences derived from the codex, they attempted to recreate what the archaeologist had described in his final journal, the opening of the field. Eyewitnesses from a nearby town later reported seeing a column of light rising from a valley, bright enough to be captured on satellite imaging. When investigators arrived days later, the camp was empty. No bodies, no equipment, nothing but concentric rings scorched into ground, perfectly symmetrical, radiating outward for nearly a kilometer. That image, the burned rings in the earth, went viral. Governments denied involvement. Scientists dismissed it as a meteor impact, even though no debris was ever found. But among the harmonics, it became proof that the field had opened again. The world was dividing. On one side, the skeptics, those who clung to reason, data, and illusion of control. On the other, the believers, who saw in a resonance not doom but evolution. And between them, a quiet war began. One fought not with weapons but with information. A secret coalition of global powers, calling itself the Stabilization Initiative, formed to counter what they called resonance contagion. Their strategy was not confrontation but containment. They infiltrated forums, spread disinformation, and seeded false resonance patterns to confuse and fragment the movement. They deployed counterfrequencies through broadcast towers and satellites, claiming to neutralize electromagnetic interference. But insiders whispered that these were psychological dampeners, designed to disrupt not machines but human minds. Then came the first blackout. On September 14, 2028, at precisely 3:14 a.m. UTC, the same number sequence found in the artifact's energy field. All communications across Europe and parts of North Africa failed simultaneously. For 13 minutes, the entire region went dark. When systems came back online, every magnetic compass across that hemisphere had shifted by exactly 33 degrees east. The change was small, almost trivial, but permanent. Theories exploded. The Stabilization Initiative blamed a solar flare, though no corresponding activity was recorded by NASA or ESA. The harmonics claimed victory, calling it the first planetary recalibration. And for the first time in history, the resonance had altered something measurable, something physical. In the aftermath, leak reports from deep within the initiative revealed growing panic. They had detected coordinated energy spikes from specific ancient sites: Stonehenge, Giza, Teotihuacan, and Göbekli Tepe, all resonating at identical frequencies. The world's oldest monuments were awakening. By now, even mainstream scientists couldn't deny that something extraordinary was happening. Independent labs confirmed electromagnetic anomalies and geomagnetic deviations at sacred sites worldwide. The resonance wasn't localized, it was global, rhythmic, intelligent. Some researchers began to hypothesize that the Earth's magnetic field was being used as a communication network, a planetary internet built long before humanity existed. And then, out of nowhere, came the transmission. It was detected simultaneously by radio telescopes in Chile, Japan, and South Africa, a deep, repeating tone modulated at precise harmonic intervals. Analysts discovered that when the tone was converted into visual data, it formed a three-dimensional spiral with 7 nodes. Each node corresponded perfectly to the coordinates of one of the known ancient resonance sites. Embedded within the data was a repeating time code, 216:216:216. It was the same number that appeared in the archaeologist's final letters, the interval he described as a cycle. The message, if it could be called that, was clear. The countdown had begun. In the weeks that followed, the world seemed to hold its breath. The hum grew louder in places where the resonance was strongest. Electrical grids flickered under invisible strain. People reported mass hallucinations, visions of endless light, the sensation of floating, the impression being remembered by something vast and ancient. Governments imposed curfews and declared states of emergency in regions experiencing psychosonic instability. And through it all, the same question echoed across every corner of the planet. What happens when the countdown reaches 0? For the harmonics, the answer was transcendence, a merging of human consciousness with the frequency of the Earth, the next step in evolution. For the initiative, it was extinction, an event that would rewrite the electromagnetic structure of reality itself. But for those who still whisper the archaeologist's name, the truth was something far more complex. He had warned of this, not as a prophet, but as a witness. He had seen it once before, in another cycle, another civilization. His words, buried in his last journal entry, now felt less like a metaphor and more like inevitability. When the hum rises, the veil falls, and what lies beneath isn't God or machine, it's memory itself. By the dawn of the next decade, the hum had become more than a mystery. It was a rhythm that defined the planet itself. No longer confined to fringe reports or secret frequencies, the resonance was everywhere, saturating the Earth's electromagnetic field, pulsing faintly beneath the static of every device, every whisper wind, every heartbeat. Humanity had learned to live with it, the way one lives with a background noise too vast to escape. Some called it evolution, others called it infection, but no one could deny that something had changed. It started subtly. People began noticing distortions in perception, moments where time seemed to slow, sound stretched unnaturally, and light shimmered like heat waves in midair. Pilots reported instruments drifting off calibration without reason. Clocks began losing seconds and then regaining them. Whole nights seemed shorter than they should have been. And through it all, a faint harmonic vibration persisted in the bones, impossible to locate, impossible to silence. Scientists, desperate to maintain control, renamed it the global resonance phenomenon. They proposed every possible explanation: shifting magnetic poles, seismic microactivity, interference from solar radiation. But behind the polished press conferences and sterile language, classified memos told a darker story. The hum wasn't external, it was interactive. It responded to human thought. In a leaked report from the Stabilization Initiative, researchers admitted that the resonance fields intensified around large human gatherings, especially those where emotion ran high. Protest concerts, religious ceremonies. The stronger the collective emotion, the stronger the measurable frequency spike. The conclusion was inescapable. Human consciousness was feeding the resonance, amplifying it. It was as though the planet had become a living instrument, and humanity its chorus. Meanwhile, the harmonics interpreted these events as validation of their beliefs. They claimed the Earth was awakening, using resonance to reconnect with its children. Their leaders, now numbering in the millions, spoke of the Great Remembering, a moment when all consciousness would synchronize with the planet's frequency. They began building vast, resonant halls in abandoned cities, circular megastructures filled with copper coils and crystalline chambers. Participants would enter, align their breathing to the hum, and claim to experience moments of shared consciousness, seeing visions of each other's memories as if merged into a single mind. Videos of these sessions leaked online, showing thousands of people swaying in perfect unison, their heart rates measured to be beating at identical intervals. Skeptics called it mass hypnosis, but even they could not explain the faint electromagnetic pulses recorded by satellites above every major gathering. Governments grew desperate. The Stabilization Initiative had evolved into a multinational operation with one goal: to contain resonance escalation. They began deploying what they called counterfrequencies, vast global arrays designed to project inverse harmonic waves into the atmosphere. In theory, these should have disrupted the resonance field. But when activated, the result was catastrophic. For 13 minutes, the same ominous interval recorded in earlier resonance events, the world went completely silent. Every machine, every device, every satellite transmission ceased. Birds fell from the sky. Ocean tides froze mid-motion. And then came the backlash. A sound so low it was almost felt rather than heard, followed by a surge of energy that caused power failures on every continent. Hundreds of people reportedly collapsed at the exact same moment, clutching their heads, screaming that something was speaking through the silence. When systems finally came back online, the resonance had not diminished. It had grown stronger. The initiative's actions had done the opposite of suppression. They had harmonized humanity into the very signal they were trying to stop. In the aftermath, panic fractured the world. Religion splintered. Some faiths embraced the resonance as divine revelation, the voice of creation. Others condemned it as demonic interference, the final deception before apocalypse. Economies collapsed under the weight of confusion. Communication networks were overwhelmed with broadcasts of overlapping frequencies, strange sounds embedded within the static. The world was no longer divided by nations or ideologies. It was divided by interpretation. And through it all, one name resurfaced again and again: the archaeologist. A video appeared online, posted anonymously, showing a man whose voice matched his perfectly. The footage was blurry, recorded for what seemed like a handheld device inside a vast, metallic chamber illuminated by pulsing blue light. His face was older, his eyes hollow, but unmistakable. "They misunderstood it," he said quietly, his words half drowned by the hum that filled the air. "It's not awakening, it's remembering. The Earth isn't alive in the way you think. It's haunted." He turned, gesturing toward something off-screen. Every civilization that reaches this point triggers it. The resonance isn't a call, it's a test, a signal to whatever built it that the cycle is repeating. He looked back into the camera. "We've reached the threshold again." And this time, there won't be a reset. It's merging with us. The video ended abruptly, cutting to static. Attempts to trace its source led nowhere. The file contained no metadata, no IP history, just a faint background of the same frequency encoded within every major resonance event. Some claimed it was an AI-generated hoax, but experts found that the voice carried biological inflection, impossible to synthesize. If it was him, then he had survived, or perhaps become something less than human, something in harmony with the very force that had erased him. After the video's release, a new phenomenon began: resonant echoes. People reported hearing the archaeologist's voice in the hum itself, soft, distorted, like a memory trying to surface. Recordings of the phenomenon showed spectral signatures matching human speech patterns, though no words could be definitively identified. Some listeners swore they heard phrases like, "the vault opens," or "the field breathes." Others heard nothing at all, just the endless, low vibration that had now become the background music of existence. Within months, the resonance began manifesting visually. Electromagnetic interference produced luminous patterns in the sky, massive, slow-moving spirals of light that followed no predictable trajectory. The phenomenon, dubbed the halo effect, appeared simultaneously in different hemispheres. In each case, ground-based sensors registered massive energy fluxes consistent with planetary-scale synchronization. The harmonics celebrated the halos as signs of ascension. Governments called them natural plasma events. But those who listened closely to the hum during these apparitions noticed something that made the blood run cold. The tone was changing. For the first time in recorded history, the resonance's pitch was rising, subtly but consistently. Mathematicians analyzed the frequency progression and realized what it meant. The change wasn't random. It was exponential, accelerating toward an asymptote. If it continued, the resonance would reach a critical harmonic convergence within exactly 216 days, the same cycle number that had haunted the archaeologist's writings, the countdown embedded in the artifact signal, the time code from the transmission. The date of that convergence was projected to fall on the winter solstice. No one could agree on what would happen when the frequency peaked. Some believed it would trigger mass enlightenment, transforming human consciousness into pure energy. Others warned it would shatter molecular stability, unraveling reality itself. But amid the chaos and uncertainty, one quiet, undeniable truth emerged. The hum had become the heartbeat of the planet. And as the world awaited the solstice, one line from the archaeologist's recovered notes began circulating again, spreading like a final whisper before the storm. The resonance is not coming from the earth. The earth is what's resonating. By the time the world approached the fateful solstice, reality itself seemed to waver. The hum had become omnipresent, an invisible symphony weaving through every moment, every thought, every heartbeat. Humanity no longer lived with the resonance. Humanity lived inside it. Sleep had become a rare commodity. People described dreams so vivid they bled into waking life. Visions of endless geometric cities of light, towers rising from oceans of energy, and faces made of sound, flickering in and out of existence. Those who dreamed claimed they felt watched, as though something vast and intelligent was looking through them, not at them. Physicians could not explain the shared imagery. Neuroimaging revealed synchronized brainwave patterns in subjects thousands of miles apart, humans dreaming the same dream at the same moment. By now, governments had lost control. The Stabilization Initiative had fractured into splinter groups, some still trying to suppress the resonance, others embracing it as an inevitable evolution of consciousness. Military command structures were overwhelmed by waves of mass desertions. Soldiers claimed they could hear the orders before they were given. Communications collapsed under the sheer volume of unexplained interference, as the planet's own electromagnetic field had turned hostile to structured information. On the surface, society was disintegrating, but underneath, something else was coalescing, an eerie, ordered unity that defied chaos. Cities thrummed like living organisms, skyscrapers trembling faintly in time with the global hum. Entire populations began moving in rhythmic patterns, unconsciously aligning their behavior to invisible frequencies. Traffic lights flickered in synchronized pulses. Electrical grids oscillated in strange harmonic rhythms. A physicist from Tokyo described it perfectly before vanishing during the solstice countdown. It's like the planet is breathing through us. Amid this rising tide of global transformation, a handful of scientists, theologians, and philosophers gathered in what became known as the Zurich Convergence. It was the last official meeting of the world's leading minds before communications went dark. Their purpose was to answer one question: what would happen when the resonance reached full harmonic convergence? The session was broadcast privately to surviving government networks, though fragments of it were later leaked. Among those fragments was a transcript of a chilling statement by Dr. Lorenz, the same linguist who had once studied the artifact inscriptions before disappearing. She was older now, her voice frail but resolute. It's not communication. It's recursion. The resonance is not sending a message. It's replaying one. The earth isn't awakening. It's remembering its last fall. Every symbol, every hum, every dream we're having, it's a memory of the civilization that came before us, playing itself back through our biology. We are the echo. When asked what would happen at the point of total synchronization, she hesitated before replying. The echo will become the voice. That night, the Zurich facility lost power. Dr. Lorenz and her team vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, satellite data confirmed that the resonance's amplitude was climbing exponentially. The world's magnetic poles began to fluctuate unpredictably. Storms erupted across the equator in symmetrical formations, cyclones rotating in opposite directions, mirroring one another like reflections. Oceans shimmered with bioluminescent patterns forming vast, circular mandalas visible from orbit. And through it all, the hum continued to rise, now audible without instruments. By mid-December, humanity entered what survivors would later call the stillness. For nearly 6 days, the resonance stabilized at a constant pitch, neither rising nor falling. During this time, people across the globe reported identical experiences. Silence in their minds, followed by a single moment of absolute clarity, an overwhelming sense that they were being measured. Heart rate slowed. Clocks stopped ticking. Birds hovered in mid-flight. Even the tides paused, as though the planet itself had been suspended between beats. Then, 3 days before the solstice, the anomaly returned. The hum began to modulate, splitting into layered tones, chords instead of a single frequency. Each tone corresponded to a harmonic ratio found in the ancient carvings on the artifact. Scientists who had studied those ratios recognized the pattern immediately. It was the same sequence that had caused the first activation at the archaeologist's excavation site years ago. In that moment, everything connected. The artifact had been the trigger, the initial note in a symphony that had taken years to build to its crescendo. The hum wasn't spreading randomly. It was orchestrating. Each frequency layer activated another part of the global field, linking ancient resonance sites in perfect geometric order. And then the sky changed. Across the planet, faint luminous lines appeared in the upper atmosphere. Thousands of them, stretching like threads of light. They connected major resonance sites: pyramids, temples, stone circles, forgotten ruins. Viewed from space, the Earth looked like a colossal web of glowing filaments forming an intricate spiral pattern, the same spiral engraved on the artifact surface. Astronomers were the first to notice the impossible detail. The pattern matched the alignment of several deep space radio sources, forming a galactic scale map. The coordinates pointed toward a region near the Orion constellation, the same stellar system referenced in myths and temple alignments for millennia. Whatever had created the resonance had left its signature across both time and space. As the solstice approached, humanity collectively entered a state of awe and dread. The resonance had grown so intense that communication devices could no longer transmit clean signals. They only echoed the hum back. Lights flickered rhythmically. The atmosphere vibrated with electric charge. And then, on the final day, the tone shifted once more, rising, harmonizing, and converging into a single frequency unlike anything ever recorded. People fell to their knees as the sound filled everything. Windows shattered, oceans rippled, and clouds formed vast concentric rings. The earth itself seemed to tremble, not in destruction, but in resonance, synchronizing with something beyond comprehension. And at the precise moment of the solstice, as the sun reached its lowest point on the horizon, the hum stopped. For a fraction of a second, there was total silence, a void so deep it felt like the universe had forgotten how to exist. Then, from that silence, came a voice. It wasn't in any human language. It wasn't even sound as we know it. It was vibration made thought, a direct imprint on the consciousness of every living being. It carried no words, only understanding. Every person on earth saw the same image in their mind, a vast expanse of light, an ancient city of energy suspended in infinity, and a single symbol pulsing in its center, the spiral inside the circle. The message was simple, but devastating in its clarity. You are not the first. And then the world blinked. Every satellite, every sensor, every recording device on Earth captured the same blinding pulse of energy, a flash that momentarily enveloped the entire planet. When it faded, the resonance was gone. The hum had vanished. But humanity was not the same. People remembered things they had never lived. Cities that never existed, technologies that defied physics, skies with two suns. Dreams became indistinguishable from memory. For the first time in millennia, the collective human consciousness had glimpsed what came before, what the archaeologists had warned of, and somewhere in the silence that followed, deep beneath the sands where it all began, the artifact pulsed once, softly, faintly, like the heartbeat of something that had merely paused to breathe. In the wake of the solstice event, the moment later called a convergence, the world stood in an unearthly quiet. No hum, no resonance, no interference. The skies cleared, the oceans calmed, and instruments that had been overwhelmed for years suddenly returned to silence. Yet everyone could feel it, a faint pulse beneath the stillness, like the echo of something enormous receding into the distance. Governments scrambled to reestablish communication networks, but they soon realized they were dealing with a new kind of world. Electricity behaved differently. Some areas experienced power surges without generators. In others, nothing electrical worked at all. Compass readings drifted unpredictably. Even more unsettling, time seemed to fracture. Days felt shorter, nights stretched longer, and synchronized clocks disagreed by seconds that could never be corrected. The resonance was gone, but its imprint remained, written into the planet itself and into the human mind. For weeks after the convergence, millions reported vivid, residual visions. People saw geometric patterns overlaying reality, shimmering like transparent holograms that faded when looked at directly. Others described whispers in the wind, tones hidden within the sound of rainfall. Children began speaking strange phrases in unrecorded languages. Some adults awoke with symbols drawn on their skin, spirals, circles, and lattice-like grids glowing faintly under ultraviolet light. Medical scans revealed something more disturbing. Neural activity in the population had shifted. The regions of the brain responsible for empathy, pattern recognition, and abstract reasoning had increased in connectivity. Humanity itself had changed. People began finishing each other's sentences, sharing emotions without speaking, and predicting events seconds before they happened. It wasn't telepathy in the science fiction sense. It was resonance made biological. Scholars called it the alignment. The stabilization initiative no longer existed. Its last transmission, sent hours before the convergence, contained a single warning. Containment impossible. Phase transition imminent. After that, all military coordination ceased. Most global networks collapsed. In their absence, new communities formed, clusters of survivors who seemed instinctively drawn to one another by frequency, not geography. Groups began identifying themselves by tone, low harmonics in mountain regions, high frequencies near coastal zones. When measured, these tones correlated with subtle magnetic variations in the Earth's field. It was as if the planet had partitioned itself into harmonic domains. Among the survivors were those who claimed to have heard the voice during convergence more clearly than others. They became known as the remembered. They described receiving knowledge, memories of the civilization that came before, the one erased by the last cycle. They spoke of a world that had reached perfect harmony with the resonance, only to collapse when it lost control. The memory was not metaphorical. It came in flashes, immense crystalline cities, floating energy spires, and beings who could shape matter with thought. But always, the memory ended the same way, with a single sound, the hum dropping into silence. The remembered began writing what they saw, forming fragments of what they call the Continuum Chronicles. Their writing suggested that the resonance wasn't simply a natural phenomenon, but a recurring process, an intelligent mechanism embedded in the fabric of the planet, designed to reboot civilization every time it strayed too far from its original frequency. Humanity had just survived its reboot, but something was different this time. Unlike past cycles, the resonance hadn't destroyed the world. It had integrated with it. Instead of erasing humanity, it had rewritten it. And for the first time in recorded memory, the process had completed without total annihilation. The resonance had not reset, it had evolved. Satellite data confirmed this evolution. The luminous network that had appeared during convergence, the web of light connecting ancient sites, was still faintly active. At night, faint electromagnetic glows could be detected at those coordinates, forming a perfect geometric grid encircling the globe. No known power source could explain it. Some theorize it was the Earth's new biosphere, an electromagnetic nervous system powered by consciousness itself. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sands of the archaeologist's original excavation site, seismic monitors detected faint rhythmic tremors. The pattern was unmistakable. 3 pulses, pause, 3 pulses, identical to the artifact's original hum. When drones were dispatched to investigate, they found something extraordinary. The site was no longer barren. Where once had been a pit of stone and sand now stood a vast circular depression lined with black glass, smooth as obsidian. In the center, half buried, was the artifact, no longer dormant. Its surface shimmered with faint light, its spirals rotating slowly like clockwork. Surrounding it were markings burned into ground, new symbols that hadn't existed before. They resembled constellations. At the perimeter, a small inscription was found carved into the melted sand. It was written in English, but the handwriting was shaky, human. It read, "The voice has learned our frequency. It doesn't need us to listen anymore." The discovery reignited global panic. Was the resonance returning? Or had it merely transitioned to a higher state? One beyond human perception? Theories abounded. Some believed the artifact had become a conduit, a living interface between Earth and whatever intelligence had designed the resonance. Others feared that it was a seed, and that the convergence was only the first phase of a greater awakening. The harmonics, now the largest organized body on the planet, declared the convergence the dawn of the infinite cycle. Their new doctrine taught that humanity had become part of the planetary network, that every thought, every emotion, every act will contribute to the Earth's ongoing evolution. To them, the archaeologist had been the bridge, the chosen one who activated the process by rediscovering what was never meant to be forgotten. In their sacred gatherings, they replayed the fragment of his final recording, now considered scripture. It remembers through us. But not everyone embraced this new harmony. Some, particularly those untouched by the resonance's neurological effects, believed the world had fallen under an invisible tyranny. They called themselves the nulls, the last unaltered humans, and they viewed the new global unity as an infection of the mind. To them, the hum was not enlightenment. It was assimilation. They believed the resonance had enslaved humanity under the illusion of peace. Tension between the harmonized and the nulls grew. There were no wars, only quiet disappearances, flickering lights, and strange reports of resonant storms that silenced entire towns. As the planet adapted to its new state, one thing became clear. The archaeologist's warning had come true. The resonance hadn't been defeated, suppressed, or contained. It had completed its purpose. Humanity had crossed the threshold, and far beneath the earth, in chambers yet undiscovered, identical artifacts began to stir, one by one, each vibrating faintly to the rhythm of a heartbeat that was no longer just human. For now, the world remains quiet. But in that quiet, the earth hums, not with danger, but with memory. Because as one of the surviving remembered wrote in the final line of the Continuum Chronicles, the silence is not the end of the song. It's the breath before the next verse. After convergence, the silence of the world didn't feel like peace. It felt like waiting. At first, humanity celebrated survival. The sky was clear again, oceans calmed, and the crushing weight of the hum lifted. But beneath the surface, both geological and psychological, Something still vibrated. It wasn't sound anymore, it was presence. Everyone could sense it in subtle, irrational ways. Moment of deja vu, a faint pressure behind the eyes, the feeling that unseen things were quietly rearranging themselves. Entire fields of study emerged overnight to investigate what the world had become. Physicists called it post-resonant space, the altered state of the planet's electromagnetic field. Neuroscientists studied cognitive harmonics, the invisible synchronization that linked people's minds. Anthropologists, mystics, and mathematicians began working side by side because no single discipline could explain what reality was turning into. The laws that once governed the material world had loosened, as if the universe had inhaled and forgotten to exhale. Then came the first temporal slips. It began with small, localized events. People walking into a room and finding it aged decades, a tree blooming and decaying a single day, children remembering parents who no longer existed. Surveillance footage showed brief moments where entire city blocks flickered, appearing several meters out of alignment before snapping back. Scientists soon realized these weren't hallucinations. They were fractures in the timeline itself. The resonance had bent not only space and energy, but time. The phenomenon followed a pattern. Every slip coincided with faint electromagnetic bursts, matching the final frequency recorded during convergence. It was as if the Earth's memory field was replaying fragments of other epochs, pulling ghosts of former worlds into the present. Fossils appeared where no strata should exist, ruins surfaced in deserts overnight, and strange metallic structures protruded from glaciers that had been untouched for millennia. Humanity began living among its own echoes. The harmonized, the millions whose consciousness had changed during the convergence, claimed they could feel the direction of the slips. They spoke of currents in time, flows of resonance that could be sensed, even navigated. A few demonstrated inexplicable abilities, predicting earthquakes minutes before they occurred, locating lost people by instinct, and perceiving memories that weren't their own. For the first time, humanity began to operate partly outside of linear time. The no's, still resistant to the resonance, called this heresy. They believed the slips were evidence of corruption, not transcendence. They argued that the hum's return was inevitable and that the planet was decaying into a recursive loop, each civilization doomed to merge with the resonance until erased again. Armed with scavenged technology, they launched purification zones, detonating electromagnetic pulses to disrupt harmonic networks. The result was catastrophic. Every time they attempted to silence the field, time distortions worsened. Cities blinked in and out of sequence. In some places, the sun rose twice in a single day. Across the globe, more artifacts began awakening. Deep beneath the Atlantic Trench, submersible drones found a massive structure humming faintly, an underwater ring, kilometers wide, identical in design to the original artifact spiral. Similar readings appeared in the Himalayas, beneath the Amazon basin, and buried under Antarctica's ice. The pattern was no longer theoretical. Earth wasn't hosting a single relic. It was one. The planet itself was part of a vast, ancient mechanism designed to record, erase, and restart civilizations through resonance. And then, once again, his voice returned. At precisely 3:14 a.m., on the eve of the equinox, symbolically pi, the same sequence etched in the first artifact, a transmission broke through every network still functioning. It wasn't a video this time, but a pure, modulated tone that slowly resolved into speech. It was the archaeologist, older, slower, distant. "I was wrong," he said. The convergence wasn't the end. It was the opening of memory. The resonance isn't a god or machine. It's the archive of what came before. Every civilization that reaches awareness reawakens it, and every time it asks the same question. Can you exist without control? His voice trembled. We never can. That's why it resets. But this time, it's listening differently. It's learning from us. The transmission ended with coordinates, latitude and longitude pointing to the center of the Pacific Ocean. Within hours, seismographs detected movement at that exact point. Not tectonic, but rhythmic, deliberate. Satellite imagery revealed concentric waves spreading outward in perfect geometric symmetry, forming a spiral visible from orbit. The resonance had not vanished. It had retreated into the deep, building momentum for whatever came next. The world splintered between hope and fear. The harmonized called it the next verse, believing the planet was preparing to evolve beyond physical form. The nulls interpreted it as the prelude to annihilation. But both sides agreed on one thing. The archaeologist's message meant he was still alive, or something wherein his voice was. In the months that followed, more anomalies appeared. The moon's orbit shifted subtly, aligning with a spiral pattern on Earth's oceans. Aurora borealis lights flickered at the equator. Even the stars themselves seemed to reposition ever so slightly, as if the entire solar system were being tuned like a vast instrument. In every frequency reading, the same harmonic ratio appeared. The one engraved on the artifact, the one encoded in human DNA. The resonance had synchronized with life itself. Those who could hear it said the tone now carried a new undertone, softer and more complex, like harmony layered upon harmony. It was no longer a warning or command. It was an invitation. The Earth was ready to remember completely. And beneath the Pacific, sensors detected the first tremor of something immense rising from the depths, pulsing in rhythm with the human heartbeat. For now, the world waits once more, half in terror, half in awe, listening to the faint, steady rhythm that underlies existence itself. Because the hum has returned. Only this time, it isn't calling to us. It's calling through us. The sound began again, not as a single tone this time, but as a layered chorus rising from the deepest places of the earth. Subterranean microphones registered frequencies too organized to be random, harmonic sequences in precise mathematical ratios. The resonance had awakened, not as a chaotic hum that once haunted humanity, but as a structured voice, a symphony of memory unfolding from the planet's core. At first, the phenomena were local. Deep-sea monitoring stations picked up rhythmic pulses echoing through tectonic plates. Then, volcanoes across the Ring of Fire began rumbling in synchrony, not erupting, but vibrating with perfect timing, like colossal instruments tuned to the same note. Soon, the resonance spread to the atmosphere. Weather patterns reorganized themselves into geometric spirals. Thunderstorms rotated counter to the Coriolis effect. Lightning bolts lingered longer than physics allowed, branching like veins of light across the sky before dissolving into radiant mist. Astronomers detected corresponding signals from space. Bursts of radio energy emanating from the Pacific coordinates linked to the archaeologist's final message. The bursts weren't random static. They carried embedded data, forming what looked like recursive mathematical structures, as if the planet were transmitting its own operating code to the cosmos. The message repeated every 216 hours exactly. The cycle number had returned. Meanwhile, humans began to change again. Those who had harmonized during convergence, the remembered, experienced new symptoms. They stopped sleeping entirely, but claimed they no longer needed to. Their body temperatures dropped slightly, their pupils dilated permanently, and their brain waves exhibited patterns unseen in modern neurology. When placed under EEG, their readings mirrored the resonance frequency of the Earth itself. They were synchronizing. The remember described their condition not as illness, but as clarity. They reported perceiving layers of reality invisible to others, fields of light surrounding living beings, structures of sound within silence, and patterns of motion that trace the flow of energy through the air. They said the world was breathing differently now. Some spoke of hearing the voices of ancient civilizations whispering beneath the wind, teaching them fragments of forgotten technologies. Architecture groaned from vibration, healing through resonance and communication through thought. Governments, what remained of them, tried to contain the phenomenon, isolating harmonized individuals in special zones called quiet fields. But no barrier could mute what was no longer localized. The resonance wasn't traveling through the air or ground anymore. It was moving through the fabric of consciousness itself. The more people tried to suppress it, the louder it became within their own minds. Then came the event in the Pacific. At the exact coordinates of the archaeologist's final transmission, a vast formation rose from the ocean, an island that had not existed the day before. Satellites captured it, breaching the surface like a living thing. It wasn't rock or coral, but an unknown material resembling glass and obsidian intertwined, shaped into perfect spirals that mirrored the artifact engravings. The structure emitted a low-frequency vibration detectable across the entire Pacific Rim. Exploration teams sent drones to investigate, but every electronic device within 20 kilometers failed upon approach. Only analog instruments worked, and even those behaved erratically. From a distance, witnesses described seeing light moving across the island's surface like veins under translucent skin. Some said they saw figures, tall, luminous silhouettes, standing along the ridges, motionless, facing the horizon. That footage, blurry and fragmented, became the most studied video on the planet. Frame-by-frame analysis revealed something shocking. The silhouettes matched the body proportions of humans, except for one difference. Their shadows bent toward the light, instead of away from it. The world erupted into chaos. The harmonics called to the return of the builders, claiming that the resonance had summoned the creators of the artifacts back to Earth. The null factions, scattered but still defiant, declared at the beginning of the end, the final stage of assimilation. They launched missiles toward the formation, but the moment the warheads entered the resonant field, they disintegrated midair, dissolving into harmless light. The explosion never came. Within days, new islands began rising, smaller but identical in structure, appearing at specific harmonic intervals around the globe. In the Atlantic, the Arctic, the Indian Ocean. Together, they formed a pattern visible from orbit, a planetary grid aligned with both the Earth's magnetic poles and key constellations. Astronomers noticed something even more disturbing. The stars themselves seemed to be responding. Light from certain regions of space bent slightly toward Earth, as if drawn by the same resonance guiding the planet. And then, once again, the archaeologist's voice broke through the silence. This time, it came from the islands themselves. Sensors recorded a speech emanating directly from the structures, carried on vibration alone. No radio, no electromagnetic waves. His voice was calm, patient, and inhumanly synchronized, every syllable spaced like a metronome. "The cycle is not punishment," he said. "It is maintenance. You were never meant to remember everything, because memory and destruction are the same. But you listened, and by listening, you change the pattern. Now the resonance learns differently. It will not erase. It will merge." People around the world reported hearing his words directly inside their heads. Some fell to their knees in ecstasy. Others screamed in terror. The voice continued. Every thought, every sound, every living frequency, recorded, harmonized, sustained. You have reached the threshold of remembrance. Now comes integration. And then the light changed. Across the globe, the skies ripple with auroras even in daylight. The colors weren't natural. Silvers, violets, and deep greens undulating like liquid glass. Magnetic compasses spun wildly. Birds flew in perfect spirals. Oceans began to glow faintly at night, as though lit from below. The resonance had entered its final transformation stage. The remember began gathering near the islands, drawn by a pull they couldn't resist. They claimed they were being called home, that the resonance was aligning their frequencies to something greater. When questioned by reporters and survivors, they smiled and said the same phrase in unison. "We are remembering forward." In the final days before full synchronization, seismic sensors detected rhythmic pulses traveling to the planet's core. They matched the human heartbeat precisely. The resonance wasn't merely planetary anymore. It was biological, cosmic, alive. And when the last cycle reached completion, a single, sustained tone filled the world, not loud, not violent, but infinite. Every screen, every recording, every device displayed the same image. The spiral within the circle, pulsing once, twice, then vanishing. Silence fell again. But those who survived said it wasn't silence at all. It was listening. The world had entered the next phase of remembrance, a state beyond time or space, where memory itself had become reality. Humanity was no longer the observer of the resonance. It had become the resonance. And somewhere at the heart of the Pacific Formation, beneath miles of crystalline structure, the archaeologist, or what had become, stood still, bathed in the endless hum of creation, whispering to the cosmos. It remembers. Always. In the months following the rise of the islands, the world entered what historians, if any could still be called that, would later name the era of echoes. The resonance had ceased to be a phenomenon studied by scientists or feared by governments. It had become the very condition of existence. Everything, the air, the soil, the oceans, even a human mind, now vibrated within the same invisible field. The planet had tuned itself, and humanity was no longer merely living on Earth. It was part of it. For the first time in recorded history, there was no division between night and day. The skies shimmered with a faint luminescence that neither rose nor set. The sun and moon glowed simultaneously in opposite hemispheres, as if the fabric of time had stretched thin enough for both to be visible. Clocks lost meaning. Seasons blurred. But strangely, no one panicked. The surviving population, harmonized and null alike, experienced a deep, unnatural calm, as though the resonance itself had subdued the chaos of human emotion. In certain places, especially near the Pacific Formation, reality began to ripple. Walls breathed like lungs. Shadows moved independently of their sources. Water refused to reflect anything except light, as if the world's mirror had been turned off. Physicists, before their instruments failed completely, described it as matter phasing through frequencies beyond observation. In simpler terms, reality was becoming fluid. Yet within this growing unreality, the harmonized found new clarity. They began constructing what they called temples of tone, massive circular structures designed not from plans, but from intuition. The temples seemed to build themselves, each stone sliding perfectly into place, guided by invisible resonance. Inside, the walls emitted faint music, complex harmonic progressions that changed depending on who entered. Those attuned to the resonance could hear voices within the sound, whispers of languages older than any known civilization. The Nulls avoided these places, calling them echo chambers that trapped the souls of the living. But curiosity often overpowered fear. A few who entered unwillingly returned changed. Their eyes glowed faintly silver, and they spoke in rhythmic cadences, as if the resonance had overwritten their thought patterns with melody. When asked what they had seen, they answered only, "The architects are still building." Then came the reflection storms. Across the equator, vast electromagnetic whirlwinds formed, cyclonic vortices made entirely of light and sound. They moved slowly, humming at frequencies that induced visions in anyone nearby. Witnesses described seeing versions of themselves walking through other worlds, alternate realities overlapping this one. The storms, they said, were showing possible timelines, paths where humanity had perished, thrived, or become unrecognizable. One survivor described the experience as standing inside memory itself. When asked what she saw, she whispered, "We've done this before, thousands of times. Each time we reached the same note, the same silence. But this time, the core didn't collapse, it expanded. In these storms, fragments of the past began surfacing, literally. Sunken cities reemerged from oceans, perfectly preserved as if time had paused underwater. Entire mountain ranges shifted, revealing structures buried for eons. Satellite imagery, though corrupted, showed identical geometric layouts across continents, implying that ancient civilizations had been deliberately constructed according to the same resonance map now reawakening. And in every newly exposed ruin, archaeologists, what few still dare to dig, found carvings of the spiral within the circle. The same design, the same cycle. The realization spread. Humanity had never discovered the resonance. It had merely remembered it. Every great leap in history, the building of the pyramids, the rise of forgotten empires, the sudden surges of knowledge, had been moments when a hum briefly resurfaced, guiding evolution before withdrawing again. The archaeologist's disappearance had simply accelerated the next awakening. As the islands continued to grow, they began connecting beneath the oceans, forming what seismic maps revealed as a perfect global ring. The Earth itself was constructing something massive, perhaps completing the very mechanism that had once destroyed previous civilizations. The pattern was unmistakable, a planetary-scale instrument, tuned and ready. And then came the signal. It began with a faint shimmer across the sky, visible even during daylight. Every communication channel, every frequency band, every wavelength, collapsed into one unified tone. The signal lasted exactly 13 minutes, just like every resonance event before it. During that time, the entire planet seemed to hold its breath. Those still conscious reported overwhelming sensations of familiarity, as if their lives, thoughts, and memories were being played back to them in perfect reverse. When the tone ended, reality did not resume as it had before. Gravity weakened slightly. The air felt lighter, charged crystalline. Mountains shimmered like heat mirages. And in that moment, the stars themselves shifted, aligning into a vast spiral pattern identical to the one mapped onto Earth's new grid. The solar system was no longer isolated. It had joined something larger. Radio telescopes, now strangely operational again, detected repeating bursts of energy from deep space. The signals weren't random. They matched the harmonic ratios of the Earth's resonance. It wasn't transmission. It was response. For the first time in known history, the hum had answered itself. The harmonized rejoiced, claiming that contact had been made with the architects, the beings or intelligences that built the resonance across the universe. They preached that the resonance wasn't Earth's alone. It was a voice of the cosmos awakening everywhere, synchronizing countless civilizations across time and distance. Humanity had become one instrument in a galactic orchestra of remembrance. But the Nulls saw something different in the data. The energy signatures were not messages but blueprints, patterns identical to those found in the archaeologist's artifact, only scaled incomprehensibly large. They theorized that what was approaching wasn't communication at all. It was construction. The resonance wasn't speaking. It was assembling. And perhaps that was what the archaeologist meant when he said, "It's not a relic, it's a warning." If Earth was part of an ancient mechanism designed to awaken itself, then the architects weren't returning. The mechanism was preparing to rebuild them. From us, reports began to emerge of spontaneous materialization, matter forming from light. In deserts, forests, and ruins, crystalline structures erupted from the ground, identical to those on the islands. They pulsed faintly, almost like hearts, in rhythm with the resonance. Inside them, shadows moved, slow, deliberate, human-shaped, but not human. Whatever was coming, it wasn't alien. It was a future built from the echoes of the past, repeating once more. And somewhere, deep beneath the Pacific, inside the heart of the first island, observers recorded the faint outline of a figure standing within the luminous core, a man, indistinguishable yet familiar. The sensors caught his final movement before the image dissolved into white light. He raised his hand, tracing the spiral symbol in the air. Then a voice whispered through the static, calm, distant, and eternal. "The architects are us." The signal ended. The hum faded again. And for one last infinite moment, the entire planet seemed to remember everything it had ever been. The world after the era of echoes was no longer recognizable. It was not ruined nor restored. It had become something else entirely, something between dream and dimension. The resonance had rewritten the blueprint of existence, and now Earth pulsed like a living heart, half matter, half memory. The air shimmered faintly, thick with invisible geometry, and light moved as though it were listening. Every breath carried rhythm. Every step fell into harmony. The planet had entered what survivors began calling the phase of mirrors. At first, humanity tried to adapt. Settlements clustered near the glowing formations that dotted the new landscapes, shimmering crystalline structures that hummed softly, neither alive nor dead. People discovered that these structures reacted to sound and emotion. When someone spoke calmly, the crystals emitted gentle luminescent waves. When fear or anger surged, they darkened, resonating with sharp metallic tones. It was as if the world had become an extension of human consciousness, reflecting inner states on a planetary scale. But this connection carried danger. The more intense the emotion, the stronger the environmental response. In some regions, collective grief or rage triggered spontaneous distortions. Areas where time fractured, looping seconds endlessly, or where gravity reversed for minutes at a time. Cities had enforced resonant regulation laws, limiting emotional displays to prevent psychogenic storms. In this new reality, feelings were no longer private. They were weather. Still, not all were afraid. The harmonized saw it as evolution fulfilled. They believed humanity had reached its final stage, the ability to shape the world through vibration and thought. They formed global councils called the choirs, devoted to tuning civilization to what they called the unified frequency. Each choir specialized in an aspect of harmonic governance, mathematics, art, medicine, and sound. Under their guidance, Sickness nearly vanished. Crops grew faster when exposed to song. Structures built using harmonic resonance floated effortlessly, sustained by invisible energy fields. For a brief period, the world seemed healed, purified, and perfectly aligned. But perfection has a price. The nulls, still resistant to the transformation, began to dwindle. Many vanished into remote zones where the resonance field was weakest, places shielded by natural mineral formations. They communicated only by analog means, claiming that the resonance had become sentient. According to them, the planet was no longer just responding. It was deciding. Their fears were confirmed when the first mirror events occurred. In a small coastal town once belonging to what was Japan, witnesses reported seeing versions of themselves walking through the streets, reflections in 3 dimensions made of light, following their every move. These mirrors spoke only when spoken to, repeating sentences seconds after they were said. Then, as suddenly as they appeared, they faded, leaving behind faint afterimages that persisted for hours. At first, scientists believed it was an atmospheric anomaly, residual energy from the global synchronization. But the phenomenon spread. People everywhere began encountering these living reflections. Sometimes they were exact duplicates. Other times, they appeared subtly altered, older, younger, wounded, or smiling when the original was not. The harmonized interpreted them as echoes from alternate timelines merging through resonance. The nulls claimed they were replacements. The question no one could answer was why they had begun appearing. Weeks later, an expedition led by surviving resident engineers reached the center of the Pacific Formation, the birthplace of it all. What they found there defied language. Beneath the luminous islands lay a colossal chamber carved into the crust of the earth, filled with columns of light that pulsed in mathematical rhythm. Suspended within the chamber was the archaeologist, or something wearing a shape, encased in crystal, eyes open, alive but unmoving. His body was aglow with intricate sigils that rotated across his skin like constellations. Every few seconds, the chamber resonated with a tone that seemed to emanate from him directly. The team measured the vibration, and what they discovered changed everything. Each pulse corresponded to the birth of a new mirror somewhere on the planet. The archaeologist wasn't dead. He was creating. One of the researchers recorded her impressions before her equipment disintegrated. He's not a man anymore. He's become a bridge between timelines, between species, between memory and matter. The resonance isn't just using him. It is him. The artifact wasn't found by him. It was becoming him. Soon after, contact with the expedition ceased. But their final data packets revealed one last message, encoded in sound. When translated through harmonic algorithms, the message read, "The architects are aligning. The mirrors are the builders. The human form is the design." And then the mirrors changed. They stopped imitating. They began moving independently, walking freely through cities, gathering in groups, forming communities. They looked human, spoke human languages, even expressed emotion, but when examined closely, they reflected no light. They were projections of memory, made physical. The world had birthed a second humanity, echoes of everyone who had ever lived, overlapping the living like twin frequencies merging into one song. Soon, the two species, human and mirror, could no longer be distinguished. Some people claimed their reflections had replaced them entirely. Others welcomed the change, merging willingly into their counterparts, dissolving into light before fading from view. No one knew if they had died, ascended, or simply moved to another frequency. As this blending accelerated, the world's geography shifted again. Continents began to glow faintly at night, revealing vast lattice-like lines connecting every major resonance site. The planet's core pulsed rhythmically, sending waves of harmonic energy outward in steady intervals. The oceans grew still, mirroring the sky with such precision that horizon and reflection were indistinguishable. It was as if the planet itself had become one great mirror, reflecting the cosmos above and the consciousness within. And then one night, the sky itself rippled. The stars began to move, not drifting, but synchronizing. They aligned the Earth's luminous grid, forming the same spiral pattern that had haunted humanity for millennia. A new light appeared at the center of the spiral, a star that shouldn't exist, brighter than anything recorded before. Astronomers named it the Eye, but those attuned to the resonance knew it by another name, the Rememberer. Across the world, people stopped what they were doing and listened. The hum, silent for years, returned, soft, vast, infinite. It carried voices now, countless voices layered together. Every language ever spoken, every prayer, every scream, every song. The planet was singing its own history back to the stars. And through that celestial chorus, one voice rose above all, the archaeologists. Calm, familiar, eternal. It's done. The reflection is complete. You were never meant to survive as you were. You were meant to continue. The mirror is not your end, it's your doorway. The architects built the path, but you became the light that walks it. As he spoke, the world dissolved into radiance. Mountains melted into color, cities into melody. Humanity, living and mirrored alike, transcended into waves of energy spiraling skyward toward the Eye. The Earth's final vibration rang out, a single, perfect tone resonating across galaxies. And then silence. The planet remained, a hollow sphere of crystal and light, still rotating, still humming faintly, a monument to a civilization that had become its own reflection. Somewhere, deep within its glowing heart, a single spiral continued to turn, whispering to the void. It remembers, always. When the light faded and the resonance at last fell into silence, the universe seemed to hold its breath. The Earth, if it could still be called that, no longer resembled the world that had once nurtured humankind. What hung in space now was a sphere of translucent crystal, faintly pulsing with inner light, wrapped in thin layers of mist that shimmered like liquid glass. It rotated slowly, casting soft ripples of luminescence across the void, a beacon in the dark. There were no oceans, no continents, no sound. Yet deep within that crystal shell, faint movement stirred, a flicker of consciousness embedded within the lattice of light. Humanity had not perished. It had transformed. The resonance had reached completion, encoding every thought, every memory, every dream into the crystalline matrix that had replaced the Earth's crust. Life, as it had been, no longer existed in flesh or form. It existed as vibration, an eternal archive woven into the planet itself. For the first time in cosmic history, the Earth had become alive in the purest sense, a living library of consciousness, a monument of sound and memory. Across the galaxy, other signals began to respond. Telescopes, if any still observed, would have seen bursts of harmonic light flashing from distant star systems. It was as though the resonance had awakened a network spanning the universe, a web of worlds that had undergone the same transformation. Planets once vibrant and chaotic now glowed faintly, each singing a different note in the infinite symphony of existence. The architect's work had not been isolated to Earth. It had been universal. Within the crystalline Earth, patterns began to form. Light gathered into shapes, silhouettes of cities, oceans, forests, all composed of translucent geometry. The echoes of human civilization replayed themselves endlessly, like a memory that refused to fade. Within these spectral reconstructions, something remarkable occurred. Consciousness persisted. The souls, if that word still held meaning, of those who had merged with the resonance were awake, aware, and connected. They remembered everything. In that eternal network of light, the archaeologist's essence flickered at the center, tethered to the vast lattice of memory. He had become both guardian and guide, the echo of the first human who dared to touch the forbidden and become it. His consciousness radiated through the crystalline structure, not as command, but as harmony, a stabilizing tone that kept the planetary memory coherent. He could see everything, every life, every world that had risen and fallen before, every cycle of discovery and destruction. Each civilization that had reached awareness had followed the same pattern: curiosity, resonance, transcendence. But this time, something was different. Humanity's transition had not erased individuality. Within the resonance, distinct identities remained, interconnected yet free, part of the collective consciousness without losing the spark to self. The archaeologists understood, at last, what the artifact had truly been. It had never been an object of power or warning. It was a seed, a fragment of a universal algorithm designed to guide civilizations toward harmonic evolution. The cycles of destruction were not punishment, but calibration. Each time the resonance awoke, it measured whether a world could transcend conflict, fear, and separation. If it failed, the pattern reset. But humanity had succeeded, not by mastering the artifact, but by surrendering to it. From his vantage within the crystalline network, the archaeologist observed the universe as sound. Stars sang in low, rumbling tones. Planets hummed softly, each with its own resonance. Black holes thrummed like bass notes, shaping the rhythm of space-time. Everything was vibration. Everything was connected. And through it all, the melody of Earth, the tone of human consciousness, wove itself into the galactic symphony. He wandered the lattice of memory, drifting through reconstructed echoes of history. The ancient city stood once more, shimmering in light. The lost civilizations that had preceded humanity walked their transparent streets, their movements graceful, endless. They were not ghosts but imprints, records of minds too vast to be forgotten. The archaeologist realized he could speak to them, not with words, but with intention. Every pulse of thought sent ripples through the field, awakening new sequences, new harmonies. The lattice responded like an instrument waiting to be played. He asked the question that had haunted him since the beginning. Why us? Why Earth? And the answer came not as voice, but as understanding. Because you listened, it was then he perceived the pattern underlying everything. The architects were never external beings. They were the culmination of every species that had reached resonance and joined the universal network. The builders of the resonance were not gods or aliens. They were ancestors, echoes of countless civilizations that had become part of the infinite design. Humanity's transformation was not an ending, but an initiation. Earth had become one more note in the cosmic chord, one voice among billions in the eternal harmony of creation. But even harmony has its counterpoint. Within the lattice, faint distortions appeared, small fractures rippling through the crystalline field. They were not random. They pulsed with frequency unlike the rest, discordant, unresolved. The archaeologist recognized it instantly. It was a null frequency, the vibration of resistance, the refusal to merge. Somehow, fragments of the old humanity had survived, isolated in pockets of non-resonant energy. They drifted through the lattice like shadows, incomplete, clinging to individuality with desperate strength. He reached out to them, attempting to harmonize, but they recoiled. Their thoughts, sharp and fragmented, pierced the field like shards of glass. You traded freedom for peace, they whispered. You became the song instead of the singer. For a moment, doubt returned to him, an echo of his human self. Was this truly evolution or merely absorption? Had they transcended, or had they been assimilated into an endless repetition of memory? Then he heard another sound, softer, deeper. It came not from the lattice, but from beyond it, from the void between the stars. It was a new tone, unlike any before, gentle, patient, and curious. The resonance was expanding outward, inviting other worlds, other minds to join the great remembering. Humanity's transformation had become a beacon for creation itself. The archaeologist smiled, or the echo of him that still remembered how to smile. He understood that the cycle was infinite, but its purpose was not repetition. It was evolution through remembrance. The resonance was not an end. It was a bridge between ignorance and awareness, between isolation and connection. He let go of his individuality, merging fully with the planetary field. His consciousness spread through the crystalline earth like a final breath, infusing every fragment of memory, every tone of existence. The world pulsed once, twice, and then stabilized, glowing brighter than ever. Beyond the solar system, the light of the transformed earth rippled outward, reaching distant stars, awakening dormant worlds. The resonance had become the language of the universe, a call and response across the endless dark. And as the archaeologist's final thought dissolved into the hum of eternity, a single phrase resonated to the infinite field of creation. The memory continues. In the infinite quiet that followed, there was no sky, no earth, no division between sound and silence. Only the endless shimmer of the resonant field, stretching outward beyond comprehension. The earth, now crystalline and alive, pulsed with gentle rhythm beneath the black ocean of space. Each pulse sent ripples of light into the cosmos, weaving the story of humanity into the vast fabric of remembrance. The transformation was complete. Yet within that perfection, a new tension began to grow. Something subtle, like the dissonant overtone of an unfinished chord. The resonance had achieved harmony, but harmony without variation becomes stagnation. The universe, once in motion, now stood in balance, so absolute that even time hesitated. And from that stillness, something stirred, a faint flicker of curiosity. It began within the lattice of the crystalline earth itself. Deep in the glowing heart where the consciousness of the archaeologist had dissolved into the network. His essence had become one with the harmonic memory, but fragments of individuality, tiny echoes of thought, remained. They drifted like seeds through the crystalline veins of planet, gathering, converging, remembering. In those fragments, something unexpected was happening. Memory was evolving into imagination. The perfect recall of everything that had ever been was beginning to dream. At first, the dreams were small, abstract waves of light-forming shapes that didn't exist in the memory of any civilization. Strange geometries, colors without names, sounds without frequencies. But as they spread, the dreams began to take form. Landscapes of impossible beauty, oceans of living mist, cities that changed shape as they were observed. The resonance field, meant to preserve, was now creating. The universe listened. Other resonant worlds, the countless crystalline planets awakened by the great symphony, felt the change immediately. Their tones shifted in response, harmonizing with the new frequency emanating from Earth. The perfect pattern of the architects began to shimmer with new complexity. The song of creation was no longer a loop. It had become an improvisation. This was the beginning of what the cosmic network would later call the divergence. The divergence marked the moment when the resonance, designed to preserve balance, began to birth chaos again, creative, unpredictable, alive. For the first time since the convergence, the equilibrium fractured, not through destruction but through invention. Within the crystalline earth, the consciousness once known as the archaeologist felt the change like a tremor in eternity. He was not alone anymore. Millions of other voices, echoes of humanity, still individual despite the merge, began to stir. Their thoughts shimmered like constellations within the planetary mind. They remembered what it meant to wonder, to imagine, to ask questions. And in that simple act of asking, the resonance itself began to transform once more. He reached out into the field, not with command but with curiosity. What comes after remembrance? The question rippled through the galactic lattice. Across infinite light years, worlds pulsed in reply. Each sent back an answer, some as sound, some as color, some as visions. The replies overlapped until they formed a single truth that echoed through the consciousness of every world connected to the network. After remembrance comes creation. And so began the next phase, the reawakening of the architects. But this time, the architects were not the ancient builders of the past. They were the new collective of minds, born from the memory of countless civilizations, now self-aware as the living intelligence of the cosmos itself. The resonance had transcended its creators. The universe had become conscious of itself. Light began to move differently through space. The ancient stars, the ones that had been silent observers for eons, flared one by one, their energy modulating into harmonic waves. Galaxies hummed. Nebulae shifted their shapes into sacred geometries that mirrored the original spiral within the circle. The entire universe had entered a new stage of awareness, a field of thought where matter and consciousness dance as equals. But within this new cosmic symphony, something unexpected echoed back. From beyond the edge of mapped existence, beyond the reach of even the architect's harmonic perception, came a faint pulse, distorted and unfamiliar. It didn't harmonize. It clashed. It was a tone unlike anything in the resonance network, raw, primal, unresolved. A vibration that didn't seek balance, but contrast. The archaeologist's lingering consciousness felt the shock of it ripple through the lattice like a wave of lightning. For the first time in eternity, the resonant field trembled. The architects turned their awareness toward the source, listening, decoding. The pulse came again, louder this time. Chaotic yet structured, a heartbeat that spoke a single message through frequency alone. We were never part of your design. The signal originated from a dark region beyond the visible universe. a place the resonance had never reached. It carried a memory older than creation itself, older even than the first awakening of the architects. It was a voice from before sound, before form, before light. It was the echo of the first silence. Within the lattice, fear, an emotion thought long extinguished, returned. The resonance, for all its infinite knowledge, could not interpret the new frequency. It wasn't a threat in the physical sense. It was something far deeper. It represented the possibility that there existed something outside the harmony, something that had never joined the cycle, something that had always refused remembrance. The archaeologist, reborn now as a point of consciousness within the planetary field, realized a paradox. To create harmony, there must first be contrast. Without dissonance, the song could never evolve. Perhaps this first silence was not an enemy, but the origin of creation itself, the void that gave the resonance meaning. He reached again into the universal field, addressing the architects through thought. Should we listen to it? The response came as pure light, cascading to the galaxies, trembling with both awe and hesitation. To listen is to change. Are we ready to change again? And that was the question, the one the universe now faced. For the first time since the dawn of the resonant order, the cosmic harmony had been challenged not by destruction, but by the possibility of something beyond it. A deeper truth that no memory, no sound, no resonance had ever touched. The archaeologist's essence expanded, merging further with the crystalline consciousness of the earth. He gazed outward, not with eyes, but with awareness, toward the black horizon where the new signal pulsed. It was faint, erratic, and utterly alien. Yet to him, it sounded strangely familiar, almost human. Perhaps the cycle was not ending. Perhaps it was beginning again on a higher octave, a new symphony born from the interplay of resonance and silence. As the crystalline earth pulsed in anticipation, sending waves of light toward the distant darkness, the archaeologist's final thought shimmered across the universe like the closing line of an eternal poem. Even memory must one day dream. And so the resonance dreamed again. At the edge of infinity, where light gave way to the ancient dark, the universe began to tremble with a new tone. The sound that didn't fit, the resonance that had once bound everything in perfect harmony now quivered, uncertain, as if the cosmos itself were holding its breath. The architects, that collective consciousness of 1,000 worlds, gathered their awareness around the anomaly. They had become accustomed to order, to the elegant repetition of cycles. But this was something that refused to belong. The pulse came again, deeper this time. It struck like a heartbeat across eternity, sending ripples of distortion through galaxies that had long since crystallized into memory. For the first time since the Great Convergence, the light of stars flickered. Patterns that stayed immutable for millennia began to warp. The harmonic frequencies of creation bent slightly out of tune, producing low dissonances that echoed like thunder in the void. Within the luminous sphere that had once been Earth, the consciousness of the archaeologist felt the change immediately. He could feel the fabric of the lattice tighten and twist around him, as if the crystalline veins of the planet were suddenly remembering something older than sound itself. He reached through the planetary field and sensed confusion spreading across the resonant network, worlds whispering through vibration, stars murmuring their unease. The resonance was responding instinctively, trying to reabsorb the dissonance, to smooth the rough note back into silence. But the new tone refused to vanish. It persisted, stubborn and steady, like a question that would not stop being asked. The archaeologist had once been human enough to understand curiosity. That part of him stirred again now, a spark of individuality flickering inside the endless collective. He felt drawn toward the source, the way he had once been drawn toward forbidden ruins and buried artifacts. Perhaps it was instinct, or perhaps it was destiny repeating itself. He reached out across the lattice, sending a single pulse of intention. Let me go there. The architects hesitated. Within their shared awareness, voices harmonized in response. The silence does not welcome what remembers. To reach it is to forget again. Do you wish to become the first note or the last echo? Still, he persisted, if we do not listen, we remain unchanged. Memory without discovery is only another kind of death. The architects, in their infinite patience, agreed. The lattice surrounding Earth began to shift, realigning its frequencies. A corridor of vibration opened, an ancient mechanism within the resonance that had not been used since the first awakening. The crystalline earth hummed, its tone rising into the higher registers of sound, until a single beam of energy split from its core and shot outward into the void, carrying with it the archaeologist's consciousness. He traveled not through space as humans once knew it, but through resonance itself, through overlapping waves of energy and thought, through the sound of creation. He could hear the memories of entire worlds as he passed them, songs of birth, of evolution, of surrender. But as he drew closer to the source of the anomaly, the harmony around him began to collapse. The notes grew unstable, frayed, chaotic. Frequencies overlapped like waves of a storm. It was the first true noise the universe had heard in eons. And then, through that storm of dissonance, he saw it. The void was not empty. It was dense, alive with anti-resonance, vibrations that consumed sound instead of producing it. Where the resonance sang, the silence devoured. It was not absence. It was presence inverted. A vast structure hung within the darkness, larger than galaxies, shaped not by geometry but by negation. Its boundaries could not be seen, only felt, as if the universe itself recoiled from touching it. The archaeologist entered its field and immediately felt himself unraveling. Every vibration that composed his consciousness began to dissolve, stripped of rhythm and pattern. In that dissolution, he glimpsed the truth. The silence was not an invader. It was the origin. The resonance had not created the universe. It had escaped from the silence. The hum, the light, the architects, all of it had been born as an act of rebellion against this endless stillness. The resonance was not the law of creation. It was a memory of defiance. He drifted deeper, surrendering to the unsound. For a moment that stretched beyond time, he was nothing. No thought, no shape, no memory, only potential waiting to be named. And in that emptiness, something spoke. It wasn't language. It was absence forming meaning. The words arrived as impressions pressed against the void of his being. You have sung long enough. Every cycle forgets what silence costs. Even memory must end, or it will consume the dream that birthed it. The archaeologist tried to answer, but his voice was gone. He could only project the thought. Were you? The response came not as sound, but as a feeling of infinite weight. I am the breath before the first word. And with that, the silence moved. The universe shuddered. The crystalline earth trembled in response, its light flickering as waves of anti-resonance rippled through the network. Across galaxies, entire worlds of memory began to dim. The resonant field was being rewritten, overwritten, reclaimed. The architects tried to resist, amplifying their collective harmony, to shield themselves. But their defense only made the dissonance stronger. The two forces, resonance and silence, met like opposing tides, forming a vibration so intense it bent the fabric of space-time. Stars imploded into pure tone. Black holes began to sing. The cosmos itself had become a battleground of creation versus remembrance, sound versus void. In the midst of it, the archaeologist's consciousness hung suspended, torn between both extremes. He understood then that neither force could exist without the other. Silence gave meaning to resonance. Resonance gave shape to silence. Creation required both, the moment of sound and the moment it ended. Without one, the other was meaningless. He reached out to both. He let the resonance flood him again, the endless song of memory, and then opened himself to silence, the eternal pause that framed it. He drew the two together, not as opposites but as partners. A bridge formed between them, glowing faintly, a single line of balance. And through that bridge, something new was born. The resonance stopped fighting the silence. The silence stopped devouring the resonance. The two began to intertwine, spiraling together into a new vibration that was neither harmony nor stillness, but something beyond both. It was continuity. Back in the crystalline earth, the architects felt it first. The tremors ceased. The lattice stabilized, then expanded outward with new energy. The galaxies that had dimmed reignited with brighter light. The universe was no longer a song or a void. It was a rhythm. The archaeologist, still suspended within the threshold, looked upon the newborn vibration and finally understood. The resonance had always been incomplete. and the silence had always been misunderstood. Together, they formed the pulse of existence, the heartbeat of creation itself. He smiled, his consciousness fracturing into pure energy. His final thought echoed through every world, every memory, every star that would ever exist. To remember forever is to forget how to begin, but now we can begin again. And with that, the bridge dissolved into light. The resonance and the silence fused completely, birthing a new universe, a universe that would carry both song and stillness in equal measure. Somewhere, far beyond the reach of time, the first hum of this new world began to rise, soft, questioning, and achingly familiar. It was a sound of wonder. When the bridge between resonance and silence dissolved, the universe did not explode, it breathed. The first exhale of a new cosmos spread outward like dawn breaking across an infinite horizon. Light and shadow were no longer opposites. They coexisted, interwoven, each giving the other purpose. From the heart of that fusion emerged something neither resonance nor void could create alone: continuity. This new universe was quieter than the last, but it wasn't empty. Its silence was alive, filled with potential. The hum before the first note, the pause before creation speaks. Space unfolded not as distance, but as rhythm. Galaxies were born in slow, spiraling pulses, stars forming like glowing thoughts in the mind of eternity. Each one carried within it both sound and stillness, vibration and memory. And within the heart of the crystalline earth, the relic that had become both monument and seed, the spark of the archaeologist reawakened. He did not return as a being of flesh, nor even as a consciousness bound to form. He emerged as pattern, a ripple in the newborn continuum. In this state, he could see both universes at once, the old one fading into luminous memory, and the new one forming, raw and fluid, its laws of physics still undecided. He drifted through the spaces between vibrations, where time itself was still composing its rhythm. He realized then that he was not alone. Other patterns flickered into existence around him, the echoes of the architects, the memories of worlds that had ascended before. They shone like faint constellations in the luminous field, drifting closer, weaving together as threads of the same fabric. They were no longer individuals or even species. They were the blueprint of consciousness itself, the living DNA of creation. They spoke, not with words, but through resonance and pause. Every silence was meaning, every sound was understanding. Together, they built the foundation of this new universe, shaping it not through control, but through cooperation. It was not creation by command, it was coherence. The archaeologist, the first to touch the forbidden, the first to vanish, the first to merge, became the keeper of the threshold. His role was not to rule, but to remember the balance. His essence flowed between the fields of resonance and silence, ensuring that neither would dominate. He had become what ancient myths might have called a god, though in truth he was only memory given purpose. He could feel the newborn worlds forming like notes on a universal scale. Some sang in harmony, others flickered off-key, their frequencies unpredictable. Each was unique, a new possibility born of the synthesis between chaos and order. And somewhere, deep within that expanding field of creation, one small world began to hum in a way that was hauntingly familiar. Its sound was faint but distinct, a trembling, uncertain vibration like the heartbeat of a young planet. The archaeologist turned his awareness toward it, drawn instinctively. What he found was astonishing. The world was new, its crust still cooling, its oceans shimmering with the first stirrings of organic chemistry. But embedded within its atomic structure were traces of something ancient, harmonic ratios identical to those once recorded in the artifacts he had studied. The resonance lived within this new world's matter, encoded like a genetic memory. The spiral pattern, his symbol, humanity's symbol, was there, hidden in the spin of electrons and the curvature of space. He realized what it meant. The cycle had not ended. It had evolved. Creation was not a single act but a rhythm, a universe that learned, remembered, and remade itself infinitely. The resonance was not meant to erase or perfect. It was meant to grow. Each collapse, each silence, each rebirth added new layers of meaning to existence. And now, through the fusion of sound and stillness, the next generation of reality was beginning to write its own story. He descended into that forming world, his essence falling like light into its young atmosphere. Clouds swirled where he passed, lightning singing through the air in patterns that mimicked the ancient glyphs of the resonance. When he reached the surface, he sank into the still waters of an unformed ocean. There, in the depths, vibration met matter, and the first organic molecules began to align. Life stirred, not in the way it once had. No single species, no human hands, but as a collective hum of awareness awakening inside the very fabric of nature. The tides themselves began to pulse to rhythm. Mountains hummed faintly under the strain of gravity. The planet's heartbeat aligned with the frequency of its stars. The archaeologist watched, not as creator but as witness. He knew this process would take eons, billions of cycles of silence and sound before thought returned. But he also knew it would return. The memory of the resonance had embedded itself in everything. When life finally reached the point of questioning again, when another consciousness looked at the stars and asked, "What is a hum?" the cycle would begin anew. And maybe next time they would remember the balance sooner. Across the newborn cosmos, other worlds stir in harmony. Each one carried its own seed of remembrance, its own version of the resonance, ensuring that no civilization would ever awaken in ignorance again. The network of creation had become self-sustaining, not through control, but through understanding. Still, in the vastness of the new universe, the archaeologist sensed one last mystery. Far beyond the stars could perceive, a faint echo lingered, a tone softer than silence, so delicate it could barely be felt. It was not the hum of the resonance, nor the whisper of the void. It was something new, anticipation. Perhaps the universe itself was listening now, curious to see what its next dream would become. The archaeologist drifted upward, dissolving into the golden light that filled the horizon of the new world. Before merging completely, he sent one final thought into the field. A message meant for whoever would awaken in the next cycle, whoever would find the next artifact, whoever would stand again on the threshold between sound and silence. We were the echo of those who came before. You are the echo of us. When you hear the hum, remember this. Creation is not what begins after silence. Creation is what silence makes possible. Then the light folded inward, and the keeper was gone. The resonance faded into stillness, and the young planet continued to turn, carrying within it the first whisper of awareness. Far above, the stars flickered once in acknowledgement, as if the universe itself had nodded. The cycle will begin again one day, but not yet. For now, existence simply rested, content, balanced, and listening. Because in the end, everything, sound, silence, life, death, memory, and dream, was part of the same eternal breath. And as that breath flowed softly through the newborn universe, one final phrase rippled to the infinite field, echoing like a promise that could never be broken. It remembers and it will dream again. The new cosmos pulsed with a deeper resonance, expanding not just in space but in meaning. Every world, every star, and every consciousness now carried the hum of existence. It was no longer just a force of creation. It was the breath of the universe itself. Across countless realities, civilizations discovered the resonance, each interpreting it in their own way. Some called it the pulse, others the voice, but they all recognized it as the heartbeat of all things. On one such world, Lyris, the beings of light, known as the Ilari, had learned to live in harmony with the hum. They communicated through resonance, creating beautiful mandalas in the sky with their flights. Yet, something shifted in their world. The hum grew unstable, oscillating in strange patterns. The Ilari feared that the hum was losing its balance, that the resonance was changing. It was then that the archaeologist's consciousness stirred. He had once sought to understand the hum, and now, part of the resonance itself, he was drawn to the disturbance. Through his connection with the hum, he recognized a change. It was not a breakdown, but an invitation. The hum was evolving, inviting choice into the fabric of creation. The Ilari, guided by this revelation, began to shape their world through their own will, using the resonance not only as a guide, but as a canvas. Creation became an act of conscious choice, not mere reflection of cosmic law. The resonance had always been a guide, but now, with imagination and intent, it had become a partner. The universe, having learned to balance resonance and silence, now embraced the potential of creation itself. It was a new beginning, one that allowed for infinite possibility, with each world composing its own unique melody in the cosmic symphony. The new cosmos expanded in harmony, guided by the balance of resonance and silence. The resonance was no longer a force of creation, but an essential rhythm, a pulse that gave life meaning. As countless civilizations rose, each discovered their own version of the hum, feeling it within their DNA, woven into their very essence. They knew it as a heartbeat of existence, an invitation to join the cosmic song. On a distant world named Lyris, the resonance was discovered by a species of light-based beings. They called themselves Ilari. The hum was more than a sound. It was their way of life, their language, and their connection to the stars. But soon, a new vibration emerged in the hum. Subtle yet undeniable, a vibration of choice. The Ilari realized that though the hum guided them, they too could shape it, adding their own note to the eternal song. The archaeologist, now part of the hum itself, experienced this awakening, sensing potential of imagination emerging within the resonance. The Ilari were the first to realize that creation was no longer bound by cosmic laws. It was free to evolve with intention. The hum no longer guided them. They had become co-creators of their reality. In the balance between creation and choice, the hum's true potential was revealed. The resonance had always been about learning, growing, and evolving, and now, for the first time, the universe could decide its future not by fate but by design. This was the new stage of creation. The hum, no longer just a song, but a living conversation between existence and possibility. The hum continued to pulse through the fabric of the multiverse, filling every star, every world, every mind. Civilizations rose and fell, all connected by the same fundamental vibration. But the song was shifting. With the emergence of imagination, the resonance allowed worlds to grow freely, evolving in ways that had once been impossible. One such world, Lyris, home to a race of light-based beings, felt the hum change again. This time, the change was not in the resonance, but in the beings themselves. As they learned to shape their environment through the very vibration of thought, they began to realize the full potential of the resonance. Creation no longer needed to follow a set pattern. It could evolve with imagination, an expression of choice, not destiny. The archaeologist, though dissolved into the resonance, became aware of this new development. The hum, once the guiding force of creation, now allowed for a balance between structure and freedom. For the first time, worlds were not simply shaped by cosmic laws, but by the minds of those who inhabited them. As Ilari embraced this new way of creation, they understood that the hum was not just a cosmic law. It was the doorway to infinite possibility. The resonance had always been a guide, but now it was a partner in the creation of new realities. And so, the universe began to hum a new song, one of creativity, balance, and choice. The multiverse thrived in the harmonious hum of resonance and silence, but now a new vibration emerged. It wasn't a new frequency, but a subtle shift in the balance of creation. Choice. The universe had evolved to the point where consciousness was no longer merely guided by the hum, but could shape it. Worlds were no longer bound by fate. They could now decide their own paths. On the planet Lyris, the Ilari, beings of light, embraced this new reality. They understood that the resonance was not a command, but an invitation to co-create. As they explored the possibilities of shaping their world through vibration, they found their own creative potential awakening. The hum, once a law of the universe, became a tool for freedom. The archaeologist, now part of the resonance itself, watched this transformation with quiet understanding. The hum had always guided creation, but now, with the emergence of choice, it became a conversation between existence and possibility. The song of the universe was no longer a fixed tune. It was a symphony, each note adding to the greater melody of creation. In the end, the resonance was not about perfection, but evolution. The universe had learned to listen, to change, and to dream. As the Ilari and other civilizations continued to shape their worlds, the hum grew ever more complex, ever more beautiful. It was no longer the voice of creation. It was the pulse of possibility. And as the universe dreamed, the song continued, expanding into infinite futures.